weigh in. We have a young gentleman who's sitting next to one of our bailiffs. He is a high school student at Fulton High School, and he's on spring break, so he's observing the jury trial. Okay, so that's who that is, in case you're wondering. That being said, we are still in the state's case in chief. General, if you find next witness.
State would call Paige Yon.
Welcome, Ms. Young. If you raise your right hand and be sworn, you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
All right, next, please.
Will you start by telling us your name?
Sure, my name is Paige Yon,
And can you spell that for our court reporter?
P-A-I-G-E-Y-A-W-N.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the National Crime Laboratory for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
What do you do for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I am a special agent forensic scientist, currently assigned to the microanalysis unit, as well as a member of the violent crime response team.
And how long have you worked in that capacity?
I've been with the TBI for about 7.5 years.
And what type of training or education have you received to perform that role?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology, as well as a master's degree in forensic science. And then upon my employment with the TBI, I successfully completed in-house training programs in the various areas of testing that I would perform.
As you've mentioned, as a forensic scientist, you work in the field of microanalysis. Can you explain what that field is?
Sure. So, as the name implies, in microanalysis, we look at a lot of small pieces of evidence, such as fibers, very small pieces of glass, paint. But we also look at another wide variety of evidence, such as gunshot residue, shoe and tire impressions. We do fracture matching on things that have been cut, torn, or broken to try to piece those back together. And then finally, we do ignitable liquid testing on samples taken from fire scenes.
And do you work in all those different types of microanalysis, or do you only focus on a certain type of subspecialty?
So currently I am qualified to do testing in ignitable liquids, fibers, chemical unknowns, physical comparisons and fracture matches, as well as shoe and tire impressions.
And have you been called upon to testify on previous occasions to your findings in your work as a special agent forensic scientist?
Yes, I have.
And how many times would you say you've testified before?
Over the course of my career, I'd say between 40 and 50. At the TBI, however, this will be my 11th time.
And have you been deemed an expert in the field of microanalysis, and specifically in the field of ignitable liquid analysis on occasions when you've testified in the past?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I would like to tender Special Agent Yon as an expert in the field of microanalysis and ignitable liquid analysis.
Any objection? All right, without objection, the court will recognize Special Agent Yon as an expert in the field of microanalysis and ignitable, what was the
Ignitable liquid analysis.
Ignitable liquid analysis.
Special Agent, did you receive materials to be analyzed related to an arson investigation being conducted here in Knox County?
Yes, I did.
In case number 24008045?
I believe so. I have to check my notes to verify the case number.
Okay. What materials did you receive relative to that investigation?
I received 2 items packaged separately for ignitable liquid testing. The first item, I believe, was charred debris, and the second item was a rusty container.
And do you know when those items were received by your lab at TBI?
I can check my notes if that's okay.
May she refer to her notes?
She may.
We received those in to the lab April 9th of 2024.
And do you have an indication of who those materials were received from?
They were received from Paul Taylor, and then were received into the lab by our evidence receiving technician, Courtney Bolton.
When the TBI receives items like you've mentioned from a local agency like the Knoxville Fire Department, are unique markings made at the TBI crime lab to help you identify those items in the future?
Yes, so with each case that we receive, we assign a unique laboratory case number to that case. And then each individual item that is received for that case will be assigned an exhibit number. For each exhibit that's received, a barcode will be generated that's placed on each item so that we're able to track that evidence location throughout the laboratory.
I'm going to approach and ask you if you recognize a couple of exhibits that have previously been introduced. May I approach?
You may.
Showing you what have previously been introduced into evidence as exhibits 346 and 347. Can you take a look at these items and let me know if you recognize them to be the same items that you tested in this case?
Yes, they are.
And what were those items specifically that you received? I think you said debris and what else?
So exhibit number 1, according to my report, was melted plastic and charred debris. And then exhibit number 2 was a rusted metal container.
Okay. And when you receive items like that, what exactly are you analyzing them for? What are you looking for?
We're looking for the presence of petroleum-based ignitable liquids.
Okay. And how do you go about figuring out whether those might be present on those materials?
So essentially what we do is we take a paper clip and attach a very small strip of activated charcoal or activated carbon. And we attach that strip to the paper clip, attach that paper clip to a string, and essentially hang that inside of that metal container that you see there, place the lid on it, and then we put that container into an oven. So essentially what's going to happen is as that container is heating, any ignitable liquids that are present in that fire debris are going to evaporate, and those ignitable liquid residues will essentially attach to that charcoal strip like a piece of sticky tape. After about 16 to 18 hours, we remove those cans from the oven, allow them to cool, and then we remove that charcoal strip from the can, place it into a small instrument vial along with the liquid, and then that liquid will essentially take any ignitable liquid residues that are stuck to that charcoal strip, detach them so that now those ignitable liquids are dissolved in that liquid. That liquid then will get injected onto our instrumentation for analysis.
What type of instrumentation is used for that analysis?
The instrument that we use is called a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, or GCMS for short.
And that instrument, is it quality tested regularly to ensure it's continuing to function as it should?
It is, yes.
And in this particular case, did you take those steps for analysis and testing for those two items of evidence?
I did, yes.
And were you able to make a finding?
Yes.
What are your findings after testing of those two items?
After testing those two items, I was able to determine that a light petroleum distillate was present in exhibits 1 and 2.
What is a light petroleum distillate?
Light petroleum distillate is a classification of ignitable liquid or petroleum product that most commonly includes things like lighter fluids, charcoal lighter fluids, and various other products, but those are the two most common that we see.
And once you make your findings, do they go through any sort of peer review process before you finalize a written report?
Yes, so a second qualified fire debris analyst will take a look at my data, take a look at my conclusions, and determine if she agrees with those conclusions. If so, she will technically review that case, and then that case gets forwarded to a third person who reviews the case for administrative errors, grammatical errors, that sort of thing.
Okay. And did your work undergo that peer review process in this case?
Yes, it did.
And did you reduce your findings into a written report?
Yes.
If I were to show you that report again, would you recognize it?
I would, yes.
Showing you what we've pre-marked as Exhibit 355. Do you recognize that to be a true and accurate copy of your report?
Yes, I do.
And is that your signature at the bottom of the report?
It is.
I ask to move that into evidence at this time.
Any objection? No, Judge. All right, without objection, that will be received as the next numbered exhibit.
Special Agent Young, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the procedure when you say that you open the container with the debris or with an item in there, and then you paper clip in the little strip,
Okay.
and then you put it in the oven.
Yes, sir.
Is there a particular temperature or time that is required or is standard in that analysis?
In the oven specifically?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So our policy states it has to be within 60 to 80 degrees Celsius. We set our ovens for 70 degrees, but give a little plus and minus leeway. And the research that's been shown to be the most effective at having those ignitable liquids evaporate and attach to that charcoal strip. As far as duration goes, we routinely keep them about 16 to 18 hours. So I put them in the oven before I leave for the day, take them out when I get in the morning.
And is that standardized across your training? Have you had that be the method that you're trained on?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the GCMS, that's how you take the strip that comes from the 16 to 18 hours, and then it's broken down with fluid?
Yes, so this liquid solvent called carbon disulfide is added to an instrument vial along with that charcoal strip. And that carbon disulfide essentially will take those residues that are attached to that strip, detach them, and dissolve it into that liquid, which then gets injected onto that instrument.
Onto the instrument. You're talking about the instrument being something that analyzes
The GCMS, yes, sir.
Yeah, that's the instrument you're talking about.
Correct.
The liquid being placed upon.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And that's the same type of instrument that's used to analyze controlled substances?
Yes, that instrument is used in a wide variety of disciplines in forensic science as well as other industries, but it's considered the gold standard in ignitable liquid testing.
Now, you testify about, you do that, you do the analysis, and then you prepare a report, correct?
Correct.
And then that report is sent to another special agent,
That's correct.
and they are there to, that's the confirmatory test, or the portion of that, correct?
Yes, that's our technical review step.
Okay. And when you say technical review, you don't send the item and somebody goes through the same process.
Correct.
They review your report as far as the steps that you took. Is that what you do? Do you do that for other agents?
Yes, everyone in the unit will perform technical reviews for other analysts. Basically what they're doing is they're looking at the data that's printed out by the instrument. They themselves are analyzing that data and interpreting that data to determine if their conclusions are consistent with mine.
Okay. So it's not a retest, it's just a review of the data.
Correct.
And then the third confirmation report, that's more of a proofreading,
That's correct.
just to check for any obvious misspellings, things like that.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all that, Judge.
Your director.
No, Eric.
All right, Special Agent, thanks so much for being here.
much.
Gentlemen, you call your next witness.
So we call Dylan Williams.
Detective Williams, welcome, sir. Chris Reagan, this morning you solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give in this trial, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right, sir. Yes.
Will you start by telling us your name?
Dylan Williams,
And can you spell that for our court reporter?
DYLANWILLIANS,
And where are you employed at?
the Knoxville Police Department.
What do you do for the Knoxville Police Department?
I'm a detective in the violent crimes and homicide unit.
How long have you held that position?
6 years.
And did you hold other positions within the Knoxville Police Department prior to coming to the homicide unit?
Yes, I spent 3 years as a patrol officer and then 3 additional years as a canine handler on patrol squad.
And have you had any education or career work prior to coming to the Knoxville Police Department?
I enlisted in the Army for 3 years prior to working at KPD.
Would you say that you've developed a sort of subspecialty within the homicide unit?
Yes, I'm responsible for conducting all the unit's phone downloads and analysis of phone records.
Okay. Would you say that analysis of cell phone data has become a big part of all types of criminal investigations?
Very much so, yes.
And have you gone through any sort of specialized training in the field of digital cell phone analysis?
Yes, in February 2022, I attended a 40-hour course put on by Celebrite, which is a digital forensics company. It certified me to be a certified operator, which allows me to download these phones, and then a certified physical analyst, which certifies me to analyze the data that's extracted from these cell phones.
Okay. Is Celebrite or Celebrite, is it kind of the gold standard in the field of digital extractions of cell phones?
Yes, it's by far the most commonly used by law enforcement.
Okay. And over the course of your career, how many different cell phones have you assisted in extracting or analyzing?
Approximately 368 at this point.
Okay. And have you testified about the results of those cell phone extractions on previous occasions?
Yes.
At this time, I would move to tender Detective Dylan Williams as an expert in the field of forensic cellular telephone extractions.
Any objection? All right, without objection, the court will recognize Detective Williams as an expert in the field of forensic cellular extractions.
When analyzing a cell phone, can you tell us about the different types of software that are used to extract and analyze those devices?
The main two types of software that we use is the Celebrite, like I said, and also Gray Key, which is another component sometimes of downloading phones that have passcodes that we don't know that are locked.
Okay. And can you describe for us how those software programs generally work?
Generally, when we have a cell phone, I will take it, I will plug it into, most often, the Gray Key, which is plugged into the computer, and that will install an agent software on the phone so it can communicate with the computer. That software will then image or copy the data from the phone onto the computer into a raw zip file. I can take that zip file then and put it into the Celebrite software and generate what we call a report, so that parses out all the data on that phone from just unreadable binary stuff to, you can see the images, videos, messages, locations, etc.
Okay. So once you have gotten an extraction of a cell phone into that program, do you then basically have that program opened on a computer screen and you're able to go into different fields or areas of interest in that data?
Yes, once it's open in Celebrite, it lays it out in a nice, pleasing way that divvies up the data where you can, like I said, click through the images, photos, videos, search for things. There's a search bar to search for common phrases, stuff like that.
Okay. And can you narrow your searches to specific dates and times?
Yes.
Moving on, did you assist in physically collecting any cellular telephones in this case?
I did.
When did you become involved in assisting in collecting a cell phone?
I was called in on the morning of this homicide, and so I was there within a few hours. And I believe I collected Mr. Osborne's cell phone within a few hours of him getting there.
Okay, so that was on April 5th of 2024.
Yes.
And where did you collect Mr. Osborne's cell phone from?
From the front seat passenger cup holder of a vehicle, Mr. Aaron Easterly's vehicle that he had arrived to UT in.
Did you videotape or did somebody videotape the collection process of you searching that vehicle and collecting Mr. Osborne's cell phone?
Yes.
If I were to show you a short clip of that video, do you think you recognize it?
Yes.
Can you hit the screen briefly?
Yeah. It's showing that it's on your table.
Oh,
Make the way. Sure. We can turn the lights back on.
I'm sorry, thank you.
Judge, unfortunately, we have to ask for a recess. There will be a lot of evidence we'll need to project on the large screen through this
Okay.
witness, so we may need to stop.
All right, why don't we see if we can get IT involved? So folks, we apologize for the IT difficulties. Hopefully we'll get it resolved here shortly, get you back in here, okay? Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. We'll see you back just as soon as we get this resolved. There it is. Reverse? Yeah, let's reverse. Has a mind of its own. I think it's the table 2 port, so maybe just leave that in place. If you want me to mute the screen, I'll do it from here. That way we won't, so. That was not a stretch, Joe. That's all right. All right, I'm going to see the same way we call.
State witness.
That's what it's called. All right, I've got to stretch your limits for about 45 seconds, but we are in position. Gentlemen.
Detective Williams, do you see this still shot on the big screen here?
Yes,
Do you recognize that to be the beginning seconds of the video that was taken of the cell phone collection process?
yes.
At this time, I'd like to move that video into evidence as Exhibit 356.
Any objection? All right, that we received as 356. May I vote?
Well, I do do it, that you're going to, I mean, to maintain the
Recording well.
My name on it.
Detective Williams, over the course of that video, do we see you find and collect a single cell phone from that vehicle?
Yes,
And at one point, it appears like you pull a cell phone out of your pocket. Are you doing, is that your personal cell phone?
yes,
And are you utilizing the flashlight function on that phone to help you look for any other devices?
yes,
Okay. We have the lights back now, thank you. Once you collected that cell phone from this red vehicle, did you package it and collect it into evidence?
I did collect myself.
Would you recognize that cell phone if I were to show it to you again?
Yes,
Approaching and showing you what I've pre-marked as Exhibit 357. Do you recognize the markings on that packaging?
yes,
Do you recognize that to be your markings made, or are they made by somebody else?
those are mine.
Okay. And can you open up that exhibit and make sure you recognize the contents of that packaging to be the same cell phone you collected?
Yes,
I'd ask to move that into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No, good.
All right, what is it?
I believe 357.
All right, that will be received as 357, without objection.
So once that cell phone that you believe belonged to Mr. LaTuan Osborne was collected, did you attempt to perform an analysis of that phone?
I did. I obtained a search warrant and then conducted a town look.
And were you able to get a successful extraction or download?
Yes,
And moving on, did you receive other cell phones in this case for extraction?
I did.
How many different cell phones did you analyze in relation to this case?
I did, I believe, 6 phones for this case.
With regard to this specific defendant, Marquis Ellis, was a cell phone for him ever located and extracted?
No.
I want to show you a couple of cell phones that have previously been introduced into evidence and see if these are ones that you have analyzed. Sorry, I can take these back to the packet.
Yes,
And do you have an understanding of whose cell phone that belongs to?
Ms. Mejia.
So you've talked about analyzing LaTwan Osborne's cell phone, Ms. Mejia's cell phone. Did you also receive an extraction to analyze for a cell phone belonging to DeAndre Thaxton?
I did.
And with regard to that specific cell phone, was that returned to him after the extraction process was completed?
Yes,
Was that due to him being a victim of the crime?
yes,
Was there a successful extraction of Mr. Thaxton's phone?
yes, it was.
Were you asked to verify some exhibits from those three cell phones that I've mentioned? DeAndre Thaxton's, LaTwan Osborne's, and Danishka Mejia's that are relevant to the trial in this case?
Yes,
I'm going to start with exhibits that we have pulled from Ms. Danishka Mejia's cell phone, that pink one that you've just identified. Were you able to verify in any way through the extraction process itself that that phone did in fact belong to Ms. Mejia?
yes, there were several ways. When you do a phone extraction, generally if the person has named their phone, it'll show up in the owner's phone. The owner's name for this phone was Danishka's phone. There were several text messages referring to the owner of the phone as Danishka. The phone number for the phone came back in a database to Ms. Mejia.
And I'm going to show you, were any still images located from Ms. Mejia's phone that related to the investigation of this case?
Yes,
If I were to show you the report that was generated from her phone, do you think you'd recognize the report of those relevant images?
I would.
Do you recognize that PDF that I'm showing you as Exhibit 358?
I do.
And do you recognize that to be a true and accurate selection of images taken from the extraction of Ms. Mejia's phone?
Yes.
At this time, I'd like to move that into evidence as Exhibit 358
Any objection? All right, without objection, that will be received as 358.
and to accompany that, we'll have a separate Exhibit 359, which is a disc that will contain the actual data files for the jury to review, the actual images themselves.
Are you going to late file that, or do you have it?
I have it, they're
Okay,
together.
all right, so that'll be 358 and 359.
Yes. First, looking at the report itself that I've handed to you, can you walk us through and explain kind of how to understand or interpret this report?
Yes, so this is what it would look like from a phone extraction. You selected the photos from a certain date that you wanted and generated a report for court issues. So if you'll see here, number one, it lists the file name, which is img0119.jpg, which is just showing that it's a photo, a still photo from the phone. It lists the file info, such as where it came from on the phone. It has some metadata to the right of that. If you look where it says the created, modified, those dates there, as far as when that photo first appeared on the phone, it'll show date and time, the source file, and then just list them in order 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. What is for example, with this first image that's listed as item number 1 on this report, what
shows that it was created on the phone on April 5th, 2024 at 12:28 a.m.
And we see 12:28 a.m. and then there's kind of a parenthetical UTC -4. Can you explain to the jury what UTC -4 is?
So UTC refers to Universal Time Coordinated. It's the worldwide standard for time that every other time zone bases their time off of. So depending on what time zone you live in, you'll take the UTC time and either add or subtract the number of hours to get the actual time. So in Eastern time zone, depending on daylight savings time, we're either UTC -4 or -5. At this point in April 2024, we were 4 hours below UTC. So when you see the parentheses there with UTC -4, that's just telling you that the date and time stamp to the left of it is correct. It's already been adjusted. So that was 12:38 a.m. Eastern time.
And the same would carry true for the date and time stamps for all files throughout this report.
Yes.
Okay. And we see these images here in thumbnail version, but on our disk, are you able to review those images in a larger format?
Yes.
Are those all true and accurate copies of images extracted from Ms. Mejia's phone?
Yes.
And they would have their relevant date and time stamps reflected in that PDF report.
Yes.
Now, moving on, were there also videos relevant to this investigation located on Ms. Mejia's cell phone?
There were.
And if I were to show you a copy of that report, would you recognize those?
Yes.
Approach and show you a PDF that has been marked as Exhibit 360 at this time. Do you recognize that PDF report?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of some of the relevant video files that were located on Ms. Mejia's phone?
Yes.
And again, similar to the images, if we place them on a disk, are you able to access the video files in more clear detail than on a PDF report?
Yes.
I'd like to move those in as Exhibit 360 and 361 at this time.
Any objection? All right, those will be received as 360 and 361.
Now, looking at this report, does it have a similar structure to what we saw with regard to the still images?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we can read this metadata the same way, as far as the date and time stamps of when those files would have been created or generated on that phone.
Yes.
And the PDF gives us just a thumbnail version of those videos, but if we go to the disk, we can see those in more detail.
Yes.
What has been marked as Exhibit 362 with its related data disk, which would be 3630. Do you recognize that PDF report?
I do.
And is that a true and accurate copy of text messages that were located on Ms. Mejia's phone?
Yes.
This time I'd like to move into evidence Exhibits 362 and its related disk 363.
Any objection? All right, those will be received as exhibits 362 and 363.
This report looks a little different than the last two that we've seen. Can you help the jury better understand how to interpret or understand this report?
So this is a report of a text thread between two people from Ms. Mejia's phone. If you scroll down just a little bit, the top portion here shows the participants. And so it shows the owner there in parentheses and her phone number, and then the other person, contact TWE, and his phone number, or the phone number for that contact. And then below that, you'll get into the actual text message content itself. And you'll see blue and green. In a report like this, you'll see blue and green text bubbles. And if you see a green text bubble on the right side, it means it's an outgoing message from the phone. And if it's a blue text bubble on the left side, that's an incoming message to the phone.
Okay. And who are the participants in this particular text thread?
It's Latinatia, the owner, and then Twee, with the phone number of 865-214-1652.
Okay. So these are texts between the owner of the phone, who's indicated to be that Latina Tita, and a contact saved as Tweet.
Yes.
And you mentioned that on the left, we see text bubbles in blue. Those would indicate incoming text messages to that cell phone.
Correct.
And do we have any date or time information included to understand when this text would have been sent or received by Ms. Mejia's phone?
Yes. So if you'll look below the content of the message at the bottom, the date timestamp right there, I guess you could use this. This date timestamp is when the message was sent, and then sometimes you'll have additionally when it was read up here, but this date timestamp is when the message was actually sent.
Okay. And so for this particular text coming from contact Tweet, we have it sent on April 3rd of 2024 at 2:36 p.m., but not actually read until April 5th of 2024.
Yes.
If you could publish for the jury the contents of these messages.
The first one says, "Did you get that money just now?" The next one says, "I think it was 60. The next one is a picture that was sent. It looks to be a screenshot of a Cash App. And then it's followed by a message that says, "Then send whatever you have on the Cash App to Elijah."
And again, on each of the ones we've published so far from this report, they appear to have been sent on April 3rd, but not actually accessed or read by the phone until April 5th after midnight.
Correct.
Now, starting on the right, we start to see what are in green boxes. You previously indicated those would be outgoing messages from the phone.
Yes.
And can you read for the jury what these outgoing messages are?
The first one reads, "Why your girl on dog food?"
Do you have any familiarity with dog food as a term of art for something other than what we all understand dog food to be?
I do.
And what do you understand that to be a term of art for?
Different types of narcotics, heroin, Yes,
Is that a still image or a video image?
video.
And can you read for the jury what the next text says?
The next text reads, "Oh shit, fam, she done passed out."
And then the next outgoing text following that appears to be an attachment again. Is that a still image or a video image?
Video.
Okay. And again, even from the thumbnail version, if the person depicted in that thumbnail appears to be Ms. Mejia, you would not expect her to be the one actually sending this message.
No.
And can you read for the jury what this next outgoing text at April 5th of 2024 says?
G, call back ASAP. We need Norcan.
And then the next text is another attachment.
Yes,
Is that still image or is that a video?
still image.
And then followed by a video?
Yes.
And then ending at 12:37:27 a.m., can you read for the jury what that last text from Ms. Mejia's phone to contact Tweed was?
Call back now. We need you.
I want to move on to some exhibits that were helped to be prepared for Mr. Osborne's phone that we introduced just a few moments ago. Were there relevant files or messages located on Mr. Osborne's phone?
Yes.
If I were to show you some of those reports, do you think you'd recognize them?
I would.
I'm going to start with a report of some text communications received by Mr. Osborne's phone. Do you recognize that PDF report generated from Mr. Osborne's phone?
I do.
And what is that report, generally speaking?
This is a text message thread report, a message thread between Mr. Osborne's phone and one other person.
Okay. And are there data files included in those texts?
Yes.
Changes. So would the disk that accompanies this report help the jury review those data files better than you can do in a thumbnail?
Yes.
Move those into evidence at this time as 364 and 365.
Any objection? All right, those will be received as 364 and 365, and then published.
Now, looking at this report, can you help the jury understand how to review this type of report?
So this is the same as the last one. It shows the participants at the top. Initially, it may look like there's 3 participants, but one of those numbers is the owner of the phone, and then you have one of the participants as a contact, and it listed as Elijah. And this number here is just a straight talk wireless number that's also associated with Mr. Osborne's phone. So this is a message between Mr. Osborne's phone and Elijah.
And moving through this report, showing the jury, these all appear just to be attachments, so video or photo files,
Yes.
with no text
on April 4th, 2024 at 2:48 p.m. and read later that day at 5:14 p.m.
And then how about this series of three JPEG files?
Those were sent at 3:02 p.m. on April 4th, 2024 and read at 5:14 p.m. as well.
Moving to the attachments themselves. Do you recognize the area depicted in this video that was sent to Mr. Osborne on April 5th?
Yes,
What do you recognize that area to be?
that is Gilbert Lane, specifically the houses next to and the house of 3206 Gilbert Lane.
And we have some still images. Do you recognize this to be the same area around Gilbert Lane?
Yes,
And this image appears to have some markings on it. Would that be markings that could be created by the user or the sender of that photo?
yes.
And is there anything significant about the markings to you in your interpretation in regards to this investigation?
Yes, so this appears to be, for one, a house that's two houses to the right of 3206 Gilbert Lane, and it appears to me that the person that took this screenshot is circling a possible security camera.
And how about this next image? Do you recognize that to also be a home in the area around the victim's home on Gilbert Lane?
Yes,
And again, we see a portion of that home circled by the sender of that photo.
yes,
And same thing here, do you recognize that to be a home in the area surrounding the victim's home?
yes. And just to be clear, the photo previous was the actual home,
Home is
and
that.
this is the home to the right.
Okay. And all of those have circle markings that, that may be marking areas where video cameras might be.
Yes,
Were text messages located on Mr. Osborne's phone that were consistent with the text thread we saw sent from Ms. Mejia's phone just a few moments ago?
yes,
And was a report generated of that text thread from Mr. Osborne's end?
yes,
Would you recognize that report if I showed it to you?
I would.
What's been marked as Exhibit 366, do you recognize that text thread report?
Yes,
And is that a true and accurate copy of the text thread report as extracted from Mr. Osborne's phone?
yes,
And that also includes some data files.
it does.
At this time, I'd ask to move those into evidence as Exhibit 366 and 367.
Any objection? All right, those will be received as 366 and 367. You may vote.
214-1652 is Mr. Osborne's number, and it's a thread with Ms. Mejia's phone is listed as Snake.
Okay. So you recognize that to be Ms. Mejia's phone number, but as far as how she is saved as a contact in the phone at the point of this report, it would be Snake.
Yes.
And walk us through the messages that were sent and received by Mr. Osborne's phone. So here on the left, is this incoming or outgoing?
That would be incoming. So you're going to see pretty much the same exact text message thread, but reverse opposite. So this is incoming from Ms. Mejia's phone, and it says, "Why your girl on dog food?"
Okay. And there's an indication that that was sent on April 5th of 2024 at 1:09 a.m.
Yes.
Then moving down, we have is that a still shot or a video image sent?
It looks to be a still shot.
And what is the timestamp of when that was sent?
April 5th, 2024 at 1:09 a.m.
So we've got the exact same time, well, a few minutes off, but,
Within the same minute.
and then again, our next received text is an attachment. Is that a still or video file?
I believe it's a still.
And again, sent at 1:09
Yes.
a.m. And then the next one includes another attachment
Yes.
and a very similar timestamp of 1:09 a.m.
Yes.
And then what is our next received text?
Oh shit, fam, she done passed out.
And again, sent at 1:09 a.m.
Yes.
Then we have another image sent at 1:09.
Yes.
And then what is that last text?
G call back ASAP, we need Norcan.
And that's again at 1:09.
Yes.
And how about what is the next message received?
1:09 a.m. as well, another image.
And the next one?
Another, I believe that's a video at 1:09 a.m. as well.
And then our last message.
Call back now, we need you.
And again, when was that sent?
1:09 a.m.
So all of these appear to flood into Mr. Osborne's phone within milliseconds of each other at 1:09 a.m. Is that consistent with the time we see that they were actually sent from Ms. Mejia's phone?
No.
What does that indicate to you?
It indicates to me that Mr. Osborne's phone was likely off when these messages were sent, and that he likely turned his phone back on at 1:09 a.m. and all the messages flooded in at once.
Now, we talked about how Ms. Mejia's cell phone contact on Mr. Osborne's phone on the night of the homicide, April 5th, was saved as Snake at that point. During your review of Mr. Osborne's cell phone, was that always how he saved her as a contact, or did that change over time?
It changed.
And was a report generated to show that change, that there had been a previous way that he identified her in the phone?
Yes.
If I were to show you that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that report?
Yes.
And is that a true and accurate copy of two different text messages from Mr. Osborne's phone, both to Ms. Mejia's contact number,
Yes.
indicating the change in contact move that into evidence as Exhibit 368.
Any objection? All right, that would be received as 368, you may publish.
Are these the same contacts from our previous report showing an exchange between Ms. Mejia and Mr. Osborne's phone?
Yes,
And here in our first text message, when was that text message sent or received?
April 2nd, 2024.
And is that a text message received by Mr. Osborne's phone or sent?
Received.
And at that time, what did he have Ms. Mejia's contact number saved as?
Wifey.
And what is the content of that message from Ms. Mejia?
YTF, would you take my tampon out?
And that message was sent at what date and time?
April 2nd, 2024 at 4:48 a.m.
And then we see this text that we've seen in a previous report sent on April 5th of 2024 at 1:09 a.m. At that point in time, had Ms. Mejia's contact been changed by Mr. Osborne's phone?
Yes.
And what had it been changed to?
Snake.
And were a series of images found on Mr. Osborne's phone found that correspond to some of those images that we know were taken by Ms. Mejia's phone as introduced in previous reports?
Yes.
And was a PDF extraction report generated of those images?
Yes.
Showing you what I've marked as Exhibit 369 and 370. Do you recognize that to be the PDF report showing images that have been extracted from Mr. Osborne's phone?
Yes.
And is it true and accurate copy of images found on that cell phone device?
Yes.
At this time, I move that into evidence as Exhibits 369 and 370, which are the PDF report and the data files.
Any objection? All right, those will be received as 369 and 370, you may publish.
Do you recognize this to be the report we just showed you?
Yes.
And this can be read similar to reports that you described from Ms. Mejia's phone.
Yes.
Same thing with our date and time stamp. Are these accurate to Eastern Standard Time?
Yes.
And on the report itself, you only get a thumbnail of the videos, but looking at the data files, can we see those videos better?
You can.
Do these appear to be many of the same files that we see originally created on Ms. Mejia's phone?
Yes,
But on Mr. Osborne's phone, they all appear to have that more pixelated appearance than what we could see on Ms. Mejia's phone.
yes.
What does that indicate to you?
It indicates to me that they were sent as attachments in a message thread.
Not necessarily generated by Mr. Osborne's phone.
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move on to Mr. DeAndre Thaxton's phone. Did you generate a report from Mr. Thaxton's phone of a text thread with attachments that was relevant to this homicide investigation?
I did.
And if I showed you that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. This has actually been pre-marked for ID purposes as Exhibit 25. Do you recognize that report?
Yes.
Now, that report was previously shown to witness DeAndre Thaxton, who made some markings on that to indicate he recognized his cell phone. Those markings that we see on there, you didn't generate those markings
No.
in handwriting?
No.
Okay. But otherwise, it's a true and accurate copy of the report that was generated from Mr. Thaxton's phone?
Yes.
Okay. And I have to move that into evidence at this time as Exhibit 25.
Any objection? All right, that'll be received as Exhibit 25. Does that have a corresponding disc with it?
It does. We'll need
You
to,
want to do that collectively?
yeah, we can do this one collectively.
Treat that as collective Exhibit 25, and you may publish.
Now, looking at this report, can you explain to the jury the participants in this text thread?
Yes, the top number there is Mr. Thaxton's phone number, and it's communicating with a number that's not listed with a contact name here.
Okay. So an unsaved contact to that phone.
Yes.
And can you read for the jury the text that was sent by Mr. Thaxton's phone?
This year, homie, pick up your girl done passed out, everyone leaving, and her dude talking about coming here and killing everybody. If we don't bring her back, what do I do? Call me.
And when was that text message sent?
April 5th, 2024 at 12:50 a.m.
And then how about the following text bubble that we see? How do you explain that?
So that could be where he accidentally just didn't type anything and pushed sending in, or it could have been, sometimes you see that with deleted stuff, there's a number of things. So most likely, it's an inadvertent send with nothing typed.
And then what do we see sent by Mr. Thaxton's phone next?
So there appears to be a video file. And then it says, is she gone or can we save her?
And that's on April 5th at 12:51 a.m.
Yes.
And that's the video that was sent by Mr. Thaxton's phone in
Yes.
that text thread.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to move on from cell phone evidence at this time. In your role as an investigator, did you also assist in collecting a DNA sample from any individuals related to this investigation?
I did.
Whose DNA were you tasked with collecting?
Mr. Osborne.
And if I were to show you the packaging of the DNA sample that you collected for Mr. Osborne, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as 371. Will you check that packaging and make sure you recognize it?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that packaging to be?
Be a confiscation envelope containing the DNA swabs of Mr. Osborne's sheet.
And did you personally collect that DNA sample?
Yes.
And what date did you collect Mr. Osborne's DNA on?
Would have been May 1st, 2020.
That has to move that into evidence at this time.
Any objection? All right, that we receive as the next order of business.
And finally, I'm going to show you what has previously been introduced into evidence as Exhibit 34. Do you recognize that to be the same Latuan Osborne that you collected DNA from?
Yes.
May I have just a second?
Sure.
I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Mr. Harper, cross-examination.
Will you mute our screen, Judge?
Detective Williams, let's go back a little bit to the beginning on Cellbrite and Gray Key. Did you have to use the Gray Key on the phones in this case?
I believe I did use the gray key on the phones in this case, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that require any additional training, or what's the?
No, sir. Gray key doesn't require any certifications of any kind. It's kind of when you buy the product, they send it, and they train. Kind of our organized crime unit was the first one to use it, and so it's kind of on-the-job training of the initial plugging in part of the download, and so it's kind of taught on the job. And the Cellbrite, I guess the latter half of the download process, the Cellbrite, is the certification part of it.
Okay. So when you say when you buy the product, you're talking about the program Gray Key. You buy
Yes,
that
sir.
product, it works on the computer, and you sort of just start using it, and that's how you learn how it works or how to use it.
Yes, sir. And generally, at least in my experience, when we get it, there's someone at the department or another unit that already has it, already knows how to use it, how it functions, and can walk you through the steps of how to start using it.
Okay. It's not required in every extraction, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And you took the 40-hour Cellbrite course back in February of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And do they certify you somehow as having had that training?
Yes, sir. At the end of the course, you take some exams. If you pass those exams, you get the certification, and then they recommend recertifying every 2 years, which, to my understanding, isn't required, but is recommended. And so I recertified in February of 2024 and February of this year.
Okay, so you're on the 2-year recertification.
Yes, sir.
And in this investigation here, you didn't have an occasion to examine or extract a phone that belonged to Marquis Ellis?
No, sir.
You didn't have any numbers or any names that were associated with the downloads that you did that you thought belonged to Mr. Ellis?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
No redirect.
All right, Detective Williams, you may step down, sir. Thanks for being here. All right, General, if you call your next witness.
It was called Nikki Sauls.
Raise your right hand. Keep going. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony about to give this trial, be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes.
Ms. Sauls, will you start by telling us your name?
Yes, my name is Nicole Sauls. I also go by Nikki.
And can you spell your name for our court reporter?
It's NICOLESAULS.
And where are you employed at?
I'm employed for the city of Knoxville with the Knoxville Police Department.
And what do you do for the Knoxville Police Department?
I'm a crime scene technician.
Okay, this jury's heard from a couple of crime scene technicians already. Have you received any specialized training in that field?
Yes, I have.
What type of training have you received?
I went to the National Forensic Academy in Oak Ridge in 2019. That's a 10-week program, about 400 hours of training roughly. And I've received multiple courses since then as well.
Okay. And were you called upon as crime scene technician to assist in the investigation of a homicide and attempted murders that had occurred at 3206 Gilbert Lane on April 5th of 2026?
Yes, I was.
What date did you initially become involved in the investigation?
I believe it was later in the morning on the 5th.
Okay. And what location were you originally called upon to assist at?
I was originally called on to the second floor at our public safety complex at 1650 Huron Street.
Okay. And tell us what you were tasked with doing while on the second floor.
While on the second floor, I was photographing Mr. Osborne, as well as collecting a GSR kit, a gunshot residue kit, as well as, I believe, some swabs from him as well.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what is a GSR kit?
So a GSR kit, it comes in a pack. Some of them come in with 2 stubs, some come with 3. There is a somewhat adhesive stub in each container, and you dab that on either hand, as well as sometimes the 3 kits come with one for the face and the hair. You will dab on the areas of your hand and of your face, and that gunshot residue will adhere to the stubs.
Okay. And at the time that you took the gunshot residue test of Mr. Osborne, did you also observe him to have what appeared to be bandaging from gunshot wounds?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, do you personally perform gunshot residue testing once you've collected the kit?
I do not, no.
Where is that sent to typically for further testing?
That is sent to the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, so the kit itself doesn't like instantly tell you, yes, there's gunshot residue here, or no, there's not.
No, it does not.
It requires further microanalysis by that TBI.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you familiar with the TBI's policy of whether or not they'll test gunshot residue kits for individuals who have received a gunshot wound?
Yes, I am familiar.
And what is their policy?
Their policy is that they do not perform gunshot residue testing for kits or anything that is associated with a gunshot victim.
Okay. And is it your understanding that's because gunshot residue is going to be expected to be found on that individual?
That's correct. They're going to have been assumed to have been within a range to have, if they have suffered from a gunshot wound, they're going to be expected to have that gunshot residue somewhere on them.
Okay. Were you asked to perform any more work on this case that same day after your time with Mr. Osborne?
Yes, I was.
And what else did you do to assist or further this investigation?
There was when I arrived at our office, there was a 2012 red Cadillac SRX that was parked in one of our forensic bays. I photographed that vehicle as well as collected some swabs from it.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the importance or the relevance of that red Cadillac that you helped to document?
It was my understanding that this vehicle was used to transport Mr. Osborne to the hospital.
Okay. And when you encountered that vehicle, where was it?
It was in the forensics vehicle bay
Okay.
in our office.
And did you take photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I did.
If I showed you a selection of those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes, I would.
recognize those to be true and accurate copies of photos that you took of that red Cadillac on April 5th?
Yes, I do.
At this time, I'd ask to move those into evidence.
Any objection? Noted. All right, those will be received as exhibits 372 through 378. You may publish.
Can you get the screen back? Thank you. Looking here at exhibit 372, can you describe to the jury what you're depicting?
Yes, so this photo was taken in our garage bay at the forensics office, 1650 Huron Street. This is a photo of the front end of the 2012 red Cadillac SRX.
How about here in exhibit 373?
This is a close-up of the tag, the license plate that was displayed on the rear of the vehicle.
And exhibit 374?
This is a photo of towards the front passenger side of that red Cadillac.
And 375?
This is a photo looking through the front passenger door of the glove box.
376?
This is an area that was located on the glove box of what we like to call RBS, reddish brown stain, that could possibly be blood.
And 377?
And this is a photo from the front passenger door facing the front passenger seat.
And exhibit 378?
This is a closer photo of that front passenger seat towards the bottom right of the back panel of the seat. There is also an area of what we would call RBS.
I believe you've got a laser pointer up there. If you can locate it, can you indicate for the jury the area in this photograph where you observe reddish brown staining?
Yes, so that would be in this area here.
Okay, thank you. So while this red Cadillac was being searched and photographed, were you also tasked with taking any swabs of that vehicle?
I was tasked with collecting swabs of the areas of RBS, or reddish brown stain.
And once you collected swabs from different areas, did you package them into an evidence folder like this one?
I did.
I'm going to show you what we have pre-marked as Exhibit 379. Do you recognize this to be the same evidence packaging you placed your swabs into?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe for the jury what are the different areas of this vehicle that you took swabs from?
I have listed 4 sets of swabs. I have swabs of RBS on the glove box exterior, swabs of RBS on the front passenger seat, swabs of RBS on the rear passenger door window frame, as well as swabs of RBS on rear passenger door window of the 2012 red Cadillac SRX.
I'd ask to move that into evidence at this time as Exhibit 379.
Any objection? Noted. All right, that'll be received as exhibit 379.
After completion of the search of the red Cadillac, did you assist with any other work on that date of April 5th?
I believe so. I believe there were more individuals that were documented up on the second floor that day, later in the day.
Did you understand those to be folks that were brought into the police station from Mr. Osborne's home at 606 Walker?
That's correct.
And did you collect any evidence from any of those individuals?
I did.
What types of evidence did you collect and from whom?
From, I believe it was Chase and Trey Blevins. I collected nail scrapings as well as GSR kits, as well as their clothing. There was an Ezra Mastella that I collected a GSR kit from as well.
Okay. And was it your understanding these were people located at his home who had kind of been cleaning around the home that morning earlier?
I was under the belief that they were at the residence.
Okay. Do you sometimes interact with individuals and collect evidence that turns out to be completely irrelevant to an investigation?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Were you called upon on any other dates to assist in this case?
Yes, I believe on April 9th, I believe I was called for additional processing.
What were you tasked with doing on that April 9th date?
On that date, I was tasked with processing an individual by the name of Marquis Ellis, as well as responding to Empire Motors.
Okay. Let's talk about your interactions with Marquis Ellis. Do you see the same Mr. Ellis here in the courtroom today that you interacted with on April 9th?
Yes, I do.
Can you point him out and identify him for the jury?
He's there.
Can you identify by something he's wearing?
A white shirt.
Let the record reflect she's identified Mr. Ellis.
The record reflects she's identified Mr. Ellis.
And can you describe for the jury what were your interactions, what were you tasked with doing with regards to Mr. Ellis?
With Mr. Ellis, I took photographs as well as collected the clothing that he was wearing.
Okay. Was he at the police station at the time of your interaction with him?
That's correct. We were on the second floor of Huron Street.
And if I were to show you the photographs that you took of Mr. Ellis, do you think you'd recognize those?
Yes.
Show you would have been pre-marked as exhibits 380 through 383. Do you recognize those to be a true and accurate copy of photos you took of Mr. Ellis on April 9th?
Yes, I do.
I'd ask to move those into evidence at this time.
Any objection? All right, those will be received as the next number of exhibits. You may publish.
Starting with exhibit 381, is this a photograph that you took of Mr. Ellis?
Yes, it is.
And same thing with exhibit 380
Yes, that's correct.
and 382.
Yes, this is also a photo that I took.
And what's the purpose behind taking photographs of someone's hands in an investigation like this?
Typically, in an investigation, we do like to document as much of an individual as possible. We will take photos of each arm, each hand, just to notate if there are any kind of injuries, any kind of evidence that can be notated, or the lack thereof.
Okay. And then finally, exhibit 383.
Yes, this is a photo that I took of the back of Mr. Ellis.
Okay. And we see in these images at the time you're interacting with Mr. Ellis, he still has his original clothing on, that kind of gray sweatshirt and gray pants. Did you collect that clothing?
I did collect that clothing.
However, your collection of the clothing is on April 9th, which is several days after the homicide in this case.
Yes, correct.
Okay. After your time with Mr. Ellis, well, let me stop there. Did you collect a GSR kit for Mr. Ellis's hands or body like you did for Mr. Osborne?
I did not.
Why not? Why would that be futile at that point?
GSR collection is optimal within hours of any type of firearm discharge or any type of handling of a firearm or firearms evidence. With that time frame and that time interval, there are just multiple ways that GSR could be taken away from an individual's hands or even clothing.
Okay. So GSR isn't expected to be found 4 days after a person discharges a weapon?
Correct.
Okay. Now, after your time with Mr. Ellis, did you perform any other work related to this case on that same date of April 9th?
I did.
Where else were you tasked with assisting at on that date?
I responded to Empire Motors on Clinton Highway.
Okay. What was your understanding of the importance of Empire Motors to this investigation?
It was my understanding that a vehicle in relation to the homicide had been taken at some point to that business.
Okay. And the vehicle in question, had it already been removed from Empire Motors at the time that you were tasked with assisting there on April 9th?
Yes, it had.
So if the car was not there on April 9th, what type of evidence were you there to help look for or document on April 9th?
I was there to document any kind of notation of anything belonging to the vehicle being there, possibly keys, any kind of notation that the vehicle had been there at any point.
Were you also looking for potential recording devices around the property?
Yes.
As a result of the search of Empire Motors on that day, was any relevant evidence found, whether it be keys, documents of a silver BMW, or video evidence? Was any of that located?
Not that I'm aware of now.
Okay. Did you take photos, nonetheless, while you were there searching that property?
Yes, I did.
Approach and show you what a pre-marked as 384 through 387. Do you recognize these to be true and accurate copies of a selection of photographs that you took at Empire Motors on April 9th?
Yes, I do.
I'd ask you to move those into evidence at this time.
Any objection? All right, those received as 384 through 387, you may vote.
Starting with exhibit 384, can you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
This is from the perspective of the front parking lot of Empire Motors, so Clinton Highway would be behind me, and this is facing towards the building of Empire Motors.
In 385.
And this is just a photo of the sign documenting that we are at Empire Motors, along with the phone number and their hours.
386.
This is where I have backed away further from the building to document the overall area in front of the business, painting from one side to the other.
387.
And from that last photo, this is where I have panned to the left to take an additional overall photo.
We'll pass witness.
All right, Mr. Harper, cross-examination. All right, Ms. Phelps, you may step down. Thanks for being here. All right, gentlemen, why don't we get started on your next witness, and then we'll break for lunch.
Unfortunately, I think we don't have our next witness here yet,
Okay.
ready to start, so we will have to ask for a break.
Okay. All right, well, folks, your lunch should be here momentarily, so we'll break and let you guys enjoy that. We'll plan to be back at about 1:45, okay? That should be just a little bit more time today, and us some time to get this witness here. Again, don't discuss this case amongst yourselves. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1:45. may be seated. All right, anything we need to address from the state's perspective?
Not this time.
From the defense? All right, folks, there was some jury instructions that the state submitted, some typographical errors and perhaps some inclusion of some language regarding criminal responsibility. I think those are well founded, I'm going to include those. Also, there's an admission against interest, which I think only benefits Mr. Ellis, so I'm inclined to include that as well. But beyond that, be thinking about the jury instructions. I've already incorporated those changes, so.
I did kind of realize as we're going along today, I included a couple of additional experts, but didn't include everybody that we're going to present.
I've been following along, so I'm keeping track of those folks. And all right, well, be thinking about the jury instructions. Enjoy lunch. We'll be back at 1:45.
Thank you.
sworn, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, yes.
Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Marla Gray.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed at the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, the Knoxville Crime Lab.
What is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
It is a state agency that assists local law enforcement agencies with crime scene processing, investigations, and the lab was created to assist these agencies with the processing of evidence.
What is your current position with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations?
I'm a special agent forensic scientist supervisor.
And how long have you held that position?
I have been in that position for 3 years, but I have been with the TBI for 15.
What was the prior position that you held prior to becoming a supervisor?
Just a forensic scientist.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic biology is?
Forensic biology is the study of biological cells as it pertains to investigations.
What kind of work do you perform in your current position?
I analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids, such as blood, semen, and saliva, and then I will take cuttings from the evidence to obtain a DNA profile.
What's a cutting?
A cutting is just a portion of the evidence because we don't want to run the whole piece of evidence, so we just take a portion of it for sampling.
Can you tell the jury about your educational background?
Yes, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in biology from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville.
And did you have to complete any training for your current position as a forensic biologist?
I did. I completed the 18-month in-house training program.
And what did that entail?
It first started out as shadowing a court-qualified analyst on how to handle evidence, the different tests that we utilize at TBI, proper precautions we take for the evidence, and then I was shadowed on these same, working the evidence, and then at the end I completed a mock case and a mock trial.
And you analyze DNA in your current position?
I do.
And how many cases have you analyzed in your career?
Over 1,600.
Have you been called upon to testify as an expert in courts previously about your findings as a forensic biologist?
I have.
How many times?
At 31.
In your previous experiences testifying, have you been declared an expert in your field of forensic biology?
I have.
Your Honor, at this time, the state seeks to tender Special Agent Gray as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
Any objection? All right, court will recognize Special Agent Marla Gray as an expert in the field of forensic biology.
What is DNA?
DNA is a chemical in your body that acts as an instruction manual. So it's in all living organisms, and it tells the body how to look, how to function, and it's also unique to an individual.
Is it possible for people to transfer or leave behind DNA after they have handled something?
It is.
What's that called?
It just transfer DNA, touch DNA.
So for example, many of the jurors here are holding binders. Just because they are holding them, is their DNA always going to be left behind?
Their DNA will be left behind, but it may not be detectable.
Okay. What do you mean by that, may not be detectable?
There are certain factors that affect that. Like if you're just picking something up for a brief period of time and setting it down, you're not going to transfer a lot of DNA. If you hold it for long periods of time, if you rub on the edges, you're going to create friction. If you sit there and start sweating, we're now dealing with bodily fluids, which is going to transfer and contain more DNA.
So you had mentioned something that there might not be enough to detect. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Okay. Can you kind of explain that some more, what that means if there's not enough to detect?
Yes, that means our policy, we have to have a certain strength of DNA to be able to interpret it. And if not a lot is left behind, then we can't say anything about it.
If there's not enough DNA left behind, what is the scientific verbiage for that?
It's either limited or inconclusive.
Now, what if multiple people handle the same item?
Then we would get what's called a mixture profile.
And within a mixture profile, is there something called a major profile?
Yes.
What's a major profile?
A major contributor is the individual who has left behind more DNA than the others.
And then what would be a minor profile?
And the minor is the lesser contributor of the profile.
In mixture, how many majors will you have?
Typically, we only have one major. There are some instances where we can have two.
Could you have more than one minor in a mixture?
Yes, but those are typically inconclusive because that data is so low.
Were you a forensic scientist for the TBI in 2024?
I was.
Did the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations receive evidence for testing related to the homicide of a victim named Danishka Mejia?
We did.
When did the TBI initially receive evidence in this case?
The Nashville Laboratory received evidence on April 16th, 2024. The Knoxville Lab, we received the first set of evidence May 5th, 2024. Oh, sorry, May 8th.
Okay. After May 8th, did the TBI receive more evidence on this case?
Yes, we received a second batch of evidence on May 15th and then a third on May 22nd.
How many items did TBI receive?
In total, we received 69 items and forensic biology received 48.
Where are those items stored prior to testing?
When the agency submits the evidence to the lab, it is given a unique laboratory case number, and that's the number that is on my lab report. It is then stored in our secure evidence vault. When I retrieve the evidence, if I'm not testing it, it is either stored in our forensic biology vault or my personal storage locker.
And did you perform what's known as PCR testing on any of these items?
Yes, several.
What is PCR testing?
PCR is a laboratory process where we look at certain markers on your DNA. We don't look for areas that tell us hair color, eye color, skin color, because those are more common. So we look for areas that are more unique to an individual, and then we multiply those areas. And that amplification process is PCR.
Is PCR a commonly accepted methodology for testing for the presence of DNA in your field?
Yes, it is.
With regards to this case, did you also perform some presumptive chemical testing on some of the items?
I did.
And did you perform testings and make findings on the evidence that was submitted in this case?
I did.
After you made your findings, were your findings reviewed by anyone or confirmed by anyone?
Yes, it is policy that our case files go through a two-step review process before our reports are released to the agency.
And did that happen in this case?
It did.
Did you then record your findings into a written report?
I did.
Does the TBI have a policy, Your Honor, if I could approach the witness with what I've marked as 388 for ID.
Special Agent Gray, I'm showing you what I've marked as exhibit number 388 for identification purposes. Could you take a look at that?
Yes, this appears to be a copy of my official forensic biology report dated August 7th, 2024.
How many pages is that?
It is 10 pages.
Does your name appear anywhere on it?
Yes, it is. My signature is on the very last page.
And is there anything with your case number or the TBI case number on that exhibit?
Yes, the top corner, it will have the KPD is on one side and the TBI is on the other.
Is this a true and accurate copy of the lab report that you prepared in this case on that day?
It is.
Your Honor, I seek to admit this.
Any objection? All right, without objection, that will be received. That's the next numbered exhibit, and you may approach.
Thank you.
All right, so I want to start, and there is, in case you need it, there is going to be a pointer up there for you in front of you. It looks like a black flashlight.
Oh,
But I'm going to have some boxes appearing, so you may or may not need it. But what I'm publishing, that's page 1 of your report, is that correct?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I want to draw your attention to, page 2, where you have results. DNA testing was performed. You see where the red box is? What did that indicate?
So that is the PCR process that I talked about earlier. So that says that this case did undergo that PCR process.
Okay, now if we look at, there's exhibits that go from 2A up to 8ZF and then 11A. Do you first in your report list the items that you're testing, the exhibits?
Yes.
And let's look at exhibit 2A, buckle standard from Danishka Mejia. Where did you get exhibit number 2A from?
So it is assigned, when the evidence is submitted, it is given that first number. So that was the second piece of evidence that's submitted. Those numbers are assigned by our evidence receiving unit.
So just to be clear, your exhibit numbers have no relation on the Knoxville Police Department numbers
Correct.
and have no bearing on trial exhibit numbers, right?
Correct.
Okay, so exhibit 2A, what was that?
That was the buckle standard from Danishka Mejia.
Did you perform testing on that?
I did,
Was that the PCR testing?
yes.
Okay. And then your findings, are those contained on page 2?
Yes.
Okay, so what were your findings for 2A?
A complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison.
Can you kind of explain what that means, obtaining a DNA profile?
Yes, so there were several what we call buckle standards submitted in this case, and a buckle standard is a swab that comes from a known individual. So it is taken by either law enforcement or a nurse or the ME's office that says this DNA will belong to this person. So it is extracted, a DNA profile is generated, and then those profiles are used in comparison against the question evidence to determine is this person part of this profile or are they excluded.
So if you don't have someone's DNA standard, are you able to compare any pieces of evidence to, if you didn't have the victim standard, right, could you say that anything belonged to her?
No, I cannot.
All right, so I want to go into your exhibit 2B. What was exhibit 2B?
Those were vaginal swabs from Danishka Mejia.
And was that part of a rape kit that came from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, it was.
Okay, what were the results on 2B?
Preliminary screening with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of male DNA due to the result not meeting the detection threshold. And fraction 1 and fraction 2, testing with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of male DNA.
Exhibit 2C?
2C was cervical swabs, and preliminary screening with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of male DNA.
And that would have been cervical swabs from the victim's rape kit collected at autopsy.
Yes, that's correct.
Exhibit number 2D?
Those were external genitalia swabs. Preliminary screening with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of male DNA due to the result not meeting the detection threshold. Testing with real-time PCR indicated the presence of male DNA, and this exhibit is more suitable for YSTR testing, therefore no further testing was performed.
Okay, so I see within your results for 2D, there's fraction 1 and fraction 2.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So when something tests positive for male DNA, we want to separate that into what's called fractions. One being the skin cell portion of the profile, and that fraction 2 being the sperm cell portion of that profile.
Okay, so in this case, that fraction 1, that would have been the skin cell or the sperm cell?
That would be the skin cell.
Okay, what is YSTR testing?
YSTR testing is utilized when the female contributor of a profile overwhelms the male contributor. So what it allows me to do is completely remove that female contributor from my testing and then just focus on the DNA found on the Y chromosome.
And was there any subsequent YSTR testing done on Exhibit 2D?
Yes, it is in a separate report.
Okay. Exhibit 2E, what's 2E?
2E are anal swabs, and the preliminary screening with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of male DNA.
And 2E, that's the victim's anal swabs from her rape kit at autopsy?
Yes.
Exhibit 2F?
2F was oral swabs, and preliminary screening with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of male DNA.
And again, 2F, that was an oral swab collected at autopsy.
Yes.
Moving on to exhibit number 2G.
2G were pubic hair combings collected at autopsy, and no examination was performed because TBI does not work hair.
Exhibit 3A.
3A was a speculum from the sexual assault exam.
From autopsy.
Yes.
Was any testing done?
No, since the swabs were submitted, I worked the internal swabs instead of the speculum.
That would be better evidence as compared to a speculum.
Yes.
Let's go on to exhibit number 4A.
4A was a blood standard that was taken at autopsy. This was not processed due to the fact that I used her buccal standard from her sexual assault kit as her known DNA sample.
Exhibit 5A.
5A was a buccal standard from LaTuan Osborne.
And were you able to obtain a complete DNA profile for comparison purposes?
Yes, I did.
Exhibit 6A.
6A was a buccal standard from Edward Wilson.
And was a complete DNA profile obtained for comparison purposes?
Yes.
Exhibit 7A.
7A is a buccal standard from Marquis Ellis.
And what was the result of that?
A complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison.
Exhibit 8A.
8A is a buccal standard from Claudia Young.
And what was the results of that?
A complete DNA profile was obtained for comparison.
Exhibit 8B.
8B was a buccal standard from DeAndre Paxton.
And did you analyze that?
Yes, and a complete DNA profile was obtained.
Exhibit 8C.
8C was an elimination standard from Faith Yoakum.
Is that, for your purposes, is an elimination standard any different from a buccal standard?
The concept is the same. It is still a cheek swab taken from a known individual. It is labeled as elimination because their DNA may not be part of the incident, but it could possibly still be on the scene. So we want to give these samples to eliminate their DNA.
Okay. And did you do any testing on 8C?
Yes,
What was your findings?
a complete DNA profile was obtained.
Exhibit 8D.
Was an elimination standard from Bethany Simmons.
Did you perform any analysis on it?
I did.
And what were your exhibit? What was your results?
A complete DNA profile was obtained.
Okay. And Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Sure.
All right, Special Agent Gray, I'd like to show you some trial exhibits. I'm showing you what has been introduced at trial, exhibit number 307. If you could take a look at that.
Yes, this was the sexual assault kit that was submitted for Danishka.
And was that from autopsy or something else?
That was from autopsy. This label up here is what usually the MD's office puts on their kits.
Okay. And was that the kit that you tested, that you just testified as to your results or findings from?
Yes, it has the TBI laboratory case number on the side. It also has a barcode which is used to transfer the evidence from the vault to myself, and then these are my initials that are on the kit.
Does it appear to be, I know we haven't opened it, but does it appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as the last time you saw it?
Yes, the seal is still intact with my ID overlapping the seal.
Showing you what's been introduced at trial is exhibit 371. Could you take a look at that?
371 is my exhibit 5A,
Which is,
the buccal swabs from LaTuan Osborne.
okay, and are any of your signatures or markings on there?
Yes, I have the ID on the barcode label, and the seal is still intact with my ID on the seal.
Appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition as it was the last time you saw it.
Yes.
I'm going to show you trial exhibit number 53. Could you take a look at that?
53 is my exhibit 6A,
Which is,
which is the buccal swabs from Edward Wilson.
okay, do you see your name or any markings on there that you recognize?
Yes, the barcode label with my ID in a sealed condition with my ID on the seal.
Same or substantially the same condition as it was last you saw it.
Yes.
Trial exhibit 55. What is that?
55 is my exhibit 7A, which is the buccal swabs from Marquis Ellis, my ID on the barcode, still in a sealed condition with my ID.
trial exhibit 56.
56, so this one does not have a barcode on it because it was inside of probably a larger box. But it does still have the laboratory case number, my ID, and my ID on the seal.
And is your signature or initials on the seal?
Yes.
Same or substantially the same condition last time it was you saw it?
Yes.
Exhibit 57.
57 was also in the same outer packaging as 8A, so it is my exhibit 8B as my ID, and then the seal as my ID on it also.
And whose buckle standard
I'm
is
sorry,
that?
it is a buckle standard from DeAndre Paxton.
Okay, I'm going to show you one more for right now. Exhibit 58, what is that?
That is my exhibit 8C, and it's buckle swabs from Faith Gilcom. My ID on this label, and it's also on the seal.
All right, so I believe that brought us up to your exhibit 8E, okay? What is exhibit 8, your exhibit 8E?
My exhibit 8E was zip tie. It was a zip tie.
Did you perform any analysis on it?
Yes, I swabbed the entire zip tie and took the cuttings from those swabs through the DNA process.
And what was the results?
A real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Your exhibit 8F, what's your exhibit 8F?
8F was a gray bra.
Did you perform any testing on this?
I did not.
Why not?
For exhibit 8F and 8G, which is the gray bra and the red underwear, the victim was found with only wearing a sleep shirt on. So any DNA, any foreign DNA that would have been found on her body would not have transferred back to those items since she did not put them back on.
Your exhibit 8H. What is 8H?
8H is a blue glove.
Okay. Did you perform any analysis on it?
Yes, I swabbed the inside and the outside of the blood separately and then took that through the DNA process.
Okay, so let's start talking about the inside at first. What was the results for the inside?
The inside, and when I say inside, that means how I received it, so it may not have been the initial inside. The inside, except for amylogenin, no DNA profile was obtained.
What's amylogenin?
Amylogenin is the sex-determining marker.
And what about the outside of the glove?
The outside, as received, a limited DNA profile, including at least one male, was obtained. Due to the limited profile obtained, this limited profile was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Is that kind of what you were talking about before? We don't have enough DNA to be able to do a good comparison on it?
Yes.
All right, we're going to move on to your exhibit 8I. What is exhibit 8I?
8I was purple gloves.
How many gloves did you receive?
I received 2 gloves, and when I received them, one of the gloves was found inside the other.
Okay, so let's talk about, did you attribute these as glove 1 and glove 2?
I did.
So let's talk about glove 1 first. Well, did you do testing on glove 1?
Yes, and glove 1 would have been the glove that was on the outside, so the one that I could see when I opened the package. And the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 8C, which is Faith Gilcom, and the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the major DNA profile is a 1 in a number greater than the current world population. The remaining buccal standards that were submitted were excluded from this exhibit, and the minor contributor profile is inconclusive.
Okay, so when you say the minor was inconclusive, does that mean there wasn't enough of the minor profile to be able to say whether it belonged to anyone else?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. All right. All right, tell us about the rest of your testing on that.
So the outside of that glove 1 as received, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 8C, who is Faith Gilcom. and this once again had world top stats. The remaining standards were excluded from the major profile, and the minor contributor was inconclusive.
Okay, so glove 2, talk to us about your testing of glove 2.
Glove 2 was the glove that was found inside of glove 1, and as received, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 4 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the complexity of the mixture, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Not enough DNA.
Too much DNA.
Too much DNA.
Yeah,
Okay.
complexity meaning there's at least 4 people there, and their contribution was similar, so I was not able to separate a major contributor from this profile.
They were kind of all commingled together, and you couldn't remove them apart.
Yes.
All right, outside of glove 2?
The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Limited profile, does that mean not enough?
Not enough.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to your item 8J. Did you perform analysis on it?
I did.
Okay, tell us about that.
So these underwear were listed in the narrative as Ms. Yoakum specifically said that these underwear did not belong to her and they were found in her bedroom. So I did DNA to determine if if the victim had been in her bedroom prior to being found in the basement.
Okay, and what was the results of your testing?
So I first did presumptive testing looking for the presence of semen, and that test did not indicate the presence of semen. So I then swabbed the crotch area to determine who they might belong to. And testing with real-time PCR indicated the presence of male DNA. A limited DNA profile, including at least 1 male, was obtained. And due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive.
Okay, so again, not enough DNA.
Correct.
Let's move on to your exhibit 8K. What is your exhibit 8K?
That was a condom box.
And did you perform any testing on that?
I did not.
Why not?
In the narrative that was submitted with the case, it indicated that this box may have underwent latent print examination, and we typically don't do DNA analysis if latent prints has already been performed.
All right. Your exhibit 8L, what's your exhibit 8L?
8L was a gray glove with a blue glove inside of it.
All right, let's start off with the gray glove. Did you perform any analysis on the inside of the gray glove?
I did.
And what were your findings?
Testing with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Okay, the outside of that gray glove, what was the results of your testing?
Testing with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of male DNA due to it not meeting the threshold.
Okay. The blue glove, the inside of the blue glove, what was the results?
And testing with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to your exhibit 8N. Okay. Did you kind of have sub-exhibits within your 8M?
Yes.
If I may first judge,
You may.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 185 for trial. Do you recognize that?
I do. They were labeled as the swabs from the basement. It's my exhibit 8M, and there's my label, and it is still in the same condition.
Okay, so when you're going over your testing results for 8N, this is what you tested.
Yeah, there are 3 different sets of swabs inside of this envelope.
All right, let's talk about that first swab, the swab that indicated it was from the basement rail. Can you talk to us about the testing of that?
Yes, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matches Exhibit 8A, Katia Young. The remaining standards were all excluded from this major contributor, and the minor contributor is inconclusive.
Okay. Then you tested swabs that indicated they were from the basement counter.
Yes.
What was your results on that?
The presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood.
Then you tested swabs that were indicated from the pillar.
Yes.
And what were your results on that?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matches Exhibit 8B, DeAndre Thaxton. The remaining standards were excluded and the minor was inconclusive.
What was your Exhibit 8N?
8N was a plastic bag with a blue glove in it.
Did you perform any testing on this?
I did not.
Why not?
That also indicated that latents was done on the bag prior to being submitted.
Your Exhibit 8O, what was your Exhibit 8O?
Those were casings.
And did you perform any examination on that?
I did not.
Why not?
This one indicated that it went into NIDA prior to coming to the TBI, and I did concur with Detective Riddle. He said our firearms examiners did not wear gloves while they processed this casing. So any DNA found could have potentially belonged to them.
Your Exhibit 8P, what was your Exhibit 8P?
The swabs from an ammonia bottle.
Okay. How many swabs from the ammonia bottle did you receive?
I received 2 sets of swabs, one from the handle and one from the lid.
All right, let's talk about the handle first, okay? What was your testing results for the handle?
So no presumptive test was performed. I was mainly looking for skin cells on this. And the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 7A, Marquis Ellis, with World Pop stats. The remaining standards were excluded, and the minor contributor is inconclusive.
Did you also test the swab from another area of the ammonia bottle?
Yes, the lid.
Okay. What was your results for the lid?
The lid, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 7A, Marquis Ellis, with World Pop stats. The remaining standards were excluded from the major profile, and the minor contributor was inconclusive.
All right. Let's move on to your Exhibit 8Q. What was your Exhibit 8Q?
8Q was swabs from the floor at 606 Walker Street.
And what testing did you perform on this?
I tested it for the presence of blood, and presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. However, presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of human hemoglobin, which is a component of human blood.
So is it possible it could be like a dog's blood or a pet's blood?
Yeah, it could be old, it could be dog's blood, it could be rust, something that would trigger the first test, but not the second.
Your Exhibit 8R, what was your Exhibit 8R?
8R is a bag containing face mask.
Did you perform any testing on this?
I did not,
Why not?
because it indicated latent prints was done prior to submittal.
Okay, we're going to move on to Exhibit 8S. What was Exhibit 8S?
These were swabs from Danishka, her legs, that were taken at the ME's office.
If I can approach Judge.
You may.
Showing you what's been introduced as trial exhibit number 306. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is my Exhibit 8S. It does say swabs of breast stains from right leg, swabs of breast stains from left leg is still in a still condition with my ID.
So when you're testifying as to these results right now, this is what you tested, exhibit 306?
Yes.
How many sets of swabs did you receive?
I received 2 swab packs, and each swab pack contained 2 swabs.
And was it indicated where these swabs were from?
Yes, it was written on the external pack which one belonged to the left leg and which one belonged to the right leg.
All right, let's talk about the left leg first. What was the results on the left leg?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 8A, Katia Young. The remaining standards were excluded from the major contributor, and that minor contributor was consistent with Exhibit 2A, Danishka Mejia.
And the right leg, what was the testing of the swabs from the right leg?
The right leg, presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male, and due to the complexity of the mixture, the profile was inconclusive.
Your Exhibit 8T, what is your Exhibit 8T?
8T were fingernails and clippers from Danishka Mejia that was taken at the MD's office.
All right, and what was, so the left-hand fingernails and clippers, what was the results of that?
Testing with real-time PCR indicated the presence of male DNA. The exhibit is more suitable for YSTR testing, therefore no testing, further testing was performed. And the same result for the right hand.
Your Exhibit 8U, what was your Exhibit 8U?
8U was jewelry from the autopsy.
All right, was any examination or testing performed on 8U?
It was not.
Why not?
For anything taken from autopsy, which is in 8U and 8B, the possibility of getting anybody other than the victim, since it was found on her, was very low. Now, however, if there was any indication that this jewelry was used in the crime, like strangulation or to hold her down, then it would have been tested.
Okay. And you said that was true for 8V as well?
Yes.
And what was 8V?
8B was a hair tie and a belt from the autopsy.
Let's move on to Exhibit 8W. Okay, what was 8W?
8W was swabs from a kitchen knife handle.
Was any testing conducted?
No.
Why not?
According to the narrative, it didn't appear that anybody had been stabbed, so I did not work it.
What was your Exhibit 8X?
8X is swabs from LaTwan Osborne's right palm.
And was any testing performed on that exhibit?
Yes.
And what was the results?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 5A, LaTwan Osborne, who is an assumed contributor to the profile. The remaining standards were excluded as contributors, and the minor was inconclusive.
Okay, so when you say they're excluded as contributors, are you talking about they're excluded as to the minor or the major or both?
Just the major.
Okay, we're moving on to your Exhibit 8Y. All right. Several swabs in this exhibit?
Yes, there were 4 sets of swabs.
All right, let's start off with the first set. Glove box, exterior and rear passenger window. Was any testing done on that?
No.
Why not?
So there was RBS on all of these swabs. So, and it indicated that there was only 1 bleeder in the car, but there were 2 separate areas, the front of the car and the back of the car. So I took one of the swabs from the front of the vehicle, which was the front passenger seat, and one of the swabs from the rear of the vehicle, which would have been the rear passenger window.
Okay, so did you test the front passenger seat?
I did.
What was the results of that?
Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, and the DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matches Exhibit 5A, LaTwan Osborne. The remaining standards were excluded from the major contributor profile, and the minor was inconclusive.
Okay, the rear passenger window frame.
The rear window frame had the same results as the front passenger seat that matched Mr. Osborne.
Okay. Let's look at the glove box. No, I'm sorry, we did that. All right. Next was your Exhibit 8Z. What was 8Z?
8Z was nail scrapings from Trey Levins.
Okay, did you do any testing on that?
I did not.
Why not?
So for 8Z and for 8ZA, which was Trey Blevins and Chase Blevins, according to the narrative, they were not at the scene with the victim, but I would have needed their known standards to have worked these exhibits.
Okay. All right, your Exhibit 8ZB. What was 8ZB?
These were black face masks.
And how many black face masks did you receive?
I received 3.
When you received these black face masks, did you have to do anything to them in order to test them?
Yes, so I tested them separately and I swabbed the inside nose and mouth area of each of the masks and took them separately through the process.
Okay, let's talk about that first mask, the fleece hood with face hole inside nose and mouth area. What was your results of that?
A limited DNA profile was obtained. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
So are you able to exclude any of your standards?
I could not include nor exclude.
The next mask, ribbed ski mask, what was the results on that?
The limited DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile was inconclusive for comparison.
So we're not including anyone, but we're not excluding anyone.
Correct.
And the hood with the heart on the front, what was the results of that?
The limited DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile was inconclusive for comparison.
So again, not including anyone, not excluding.
Correct.
All right, let's move on to your Exhibit 8ZC. Was this multiple swabs from multiple different things and areas?
Yes, it was swabs from several weapons and swabs from the BMW.
Okay. So just to clarify, when you're testing for DNA on guns, are you receiving the guns or are you receiving swabs that the police took of the guns?
In general, we get both, but in this instance, I just got swabs from the guns.
So you never actually had the firearms yourself?
I do not.
Okay. So let's talk about the first item of testing in 8ZC, what was referred to as swabs from the A and B mag of STAG. Was testing conducted?
Yes.
Okay, what was the results of that testing?
So the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 4 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 7A, Marquis Ellis with World Hot Stats. The remaining standards were excluded from the major contributor, and the minor contributor was inconclusive.
All right. Next, you tested swabs from the A and B mag of the Anderson.
Yes.
What was the results of that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the complexity of the mixture, this profile is inconclusive.
All right. Next, you tested swabs from the BMW gear shift.
Yes.
What was the results?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile matches Exhibit 5A, Laquan Osborne with World Hot Stats. The remaining standards were excluded from the major contributor, and the minor was inconclusive.
Did you next test swab from what was indicated to be the grip, trigger, and slide of the Anderson firearm?
Yes.
What was the results of that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 5 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the complexity of the mixture, this profile is inconclusive.
So again, when you're saying complex, that means there's too much?
Yes.
So if you're saying there was at least 5 people, is it possible that a minimum of 5 people handled that?
Yes.
BMW steering wheel?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 5A, Laquan Osborne with World Hot Stats. The remaining standards were excluded from the major contributor, and the minor was inconclusive.
What was the next swab tested from this exhibit?
Grip, trigger, and slide of the STAG.
What was the results?
The DNA profile is consistent with a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 7A, Marquis Ellis with World Hot Stats. The remaining standards were excluded from the major contributor profile, and the minor was inconclusive.
What was the next swab that you tested?
The grip, trigger, and slide of PA-15.
And what was the results of that?
The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 4 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the complexity of the mixture, this profile is inconclusive.
All right, what was the next set of swabs tested?
The BMW interior rear passenger door handles, interior rear driver's side door handles, air control knob, exterior rear driver's side door handles.
And did you perform any testing on that?
I did not.
Okay. Let's move on to your Exhibit 8ZD. What was 8ZD?
A double barrel mag of PA-15.
What was the results?
A DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive.
Next.
So those were BMW interior driver door handle, interior passenger door handle, exterior passenger door handle, exterior, there were 2 of those, and then exterior driver's side door handle. And I did not test those.
Your next Exhibit 8ZE. What was that?
Swabs from Trojan Fire and Icebox.
And what was the results of your testing on that?
Presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood.
Your Exhibit 8ZF. What was that?
Swabs from cable ties bag.
What was the results of the testing?
Presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood.
Your Exhibit 11A. What was that?
That was bedding from 606 Walker Street.
Did you do any analysis on that exhibit?
I did not.
Why?
That was indicated that that was bedding from Mr. Osborne's bedroom, and according to the narrative, it didn't appear to be associated with this case.
Okay, moving on to your Exhibit 15A. What was your Exhibit 15A in general?
Fragments, bullet fragments.
And did you break that down to kind of, for lack of a better term, sub-exhibits?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that first group. How did you identify that first sub-exhibit of 15A?
Fragments, which was KPD's marker 9 and 25, and a projectile marker 4, were all tested separately, but since the results were the same, I combined them together. And that presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood, and testing with real-time PCR did not indicate the presence of human DNA.
Okay, what was the next item you tested within that exhibit?
It was fragment, which was KPD's marker 41. Presumptive chemical testing indicated the presence of blood. Presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed due to a limited sample, which means there was not enough staining to do that secondary test. The DNA profile obtained matches Exhibit 8B, DeAndre Thaxton, with World Pop Stats. The remaining standards were excluded as a contributor.
And the last part of that Exhibit 15A?
Fragments, markers 10 and 42, and projectile marker 40. Presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood. Testing with real-time PCR was inconclusive for the presence of human DNA due to the result not meeting the detection threshold.
Was that all of the testing that you did in this case?
No.
Okay. Did you prepare an additional report about additional items that you tested?
I did.
And kind of like you testified about this report, did anyone review your findings?
Yes, it also went through that 2-step review process.
Judge, if I can approach?
You may.
Let me show you what I marked for identification purposes as Exhibit 389. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a copy of my forensic biology report dated November 6, 2024.
And how do you know that's your report?
My official one is 2 pages, this one is 2 pages, and my signature is on the last.
Is this a true and accurate copy of your lab report?
It is.
Your Honor, I seek to admit this as Exhibit number 389, a 2-page lab report issued on November 6, 2024.
Objection. All right, then we receive this 389, may vote.
Thank you.
All right. So for the purposes of this report, what items did you receive?
I received a comforter from 3206 Gilbert Lane, and bedding, robe, eye mask, and scrunchie from 3206 Gilbert Lane.
So your Exhibit 12A, the comforter, did you perform any testing?
I did not.
Why not?
It indicated that this was found in the washing machine and they didn't know if it had already been washed or not.
Your exhibit 13A, can you walk us through your findings?
For 13A, the fitted sheet, gray pillowcase, black pillowcase, robe, eye mask were all tested separately but resulted in presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of semen. And then the scrunchie, semen staining was not observed with the alternate light source, and a cutting from the fitted sheet and a cutting from the robe. No examination was performed, and that evidence was forwarded to our drug chemistry unit. The fibers and glass, those were cuttings from our micro department, and I did not do any testing on those.
So I want to talk to you about some of your findings specifically, so I'm going to approach you with some physical exhibits. Okay, so this is trial exhibit number 274. Does that contain your exhibit 8CC, which includes the swabs from the grip, trigger, and slide of the PA-15?
Yes. And there's my label in my ID.
And trial exhibit 272, does that contain the double barrel mag of the PA-15, lab exhibit ZD, your exhibit ZD, those swabs?
Yes, and then there is my label and my seal.
I'm going to show you trial exhibit 304. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is my exhibit 8P. There's my label still in the sealed position, and these were swabs from an ammonia needle and lid.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about these physical exhibits. So this is what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to draw your attention, and all my questions are going to be related to your 10-page report. Your exhibit ZD, the swab from the double barrel mag. Your testimony was that it was a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. And due to the limited profile obtained, the profile is inconclusive.
That's right.
Okay, so is that one where we're saying there was not enough DNA or too much DNA that it made it too complex?
That is not enough DNA.
Okay, so are you saying that Mr. Ellis's, whose buckle standard you had, are you saying his DNA wasn't on there?
Once it's deemed inconclusive, I don't even compare the standards to it, so.
Okay, so you can say, so from this, no one is excluded?
Correct.
Because there's not enough DNA.
Yes.
So, I do want to pose a couple hypotheticals to you, okay? If an individual admitted to handling that gun and firing it, I want to kind of explore why we might see these results, okay? If Mr. Ellis had admitted to that, why we might not see his DNA. If he was wearing gloves, would you expect to see DNA?
No, because there would have been a barrier in between the skin and the gun.
If the firearm was handled by more than one individual, if multiple people handle the same object, what does that do for purposes of DNA testing? Is that helpful?
It would create that complex mixture.
If I could have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
I have no further questions. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
All right, Mr. Harper, cross-examination.
Special Agent Gray, let me ask you this, you threw out a couple of numbers when we first started there. Your agency received 69 items
In total, yes.
in total. 48 of those were,
Submitted to forensic biology.
they were sort of routed towards forensics.
Yes.
The other ones went somewhere else.
They were still routed toward forensics, they just went to a different unit.
Okay.
I believe they went to our microanalysis unit.
Okay. Now, you testified a little bit about some of these items that made their way to the forensic department, to the biology department, that you either were provided with a report or a summary or something where you could glean that the latent prints had been taken. Where did you get that?
There was a narrative that was submitted with the request for exam that indicated what items had already received previous testing.
Okay. Is that narrative specific to each item, or is it, here's a narrative of these 69?
No, it was specific to only the ones that latent prints was performed on.
Okay. So that sort of leads me to the next question on your 8P, as in Paul, the ammonia bottle. If I've got my numbers correct. Does that line up with you? 8P is the swabs from the ammonia bottle?
Yes.
Did that swab or that piece of evidence come to you with any sort of a report or a summary?
It was just on the request for exam, but I did not receive the actual ammonia bottle. I received the swabs from it.
Right. So there was nothing in that report to indicate whether it had been tested for fingerprints, latent prints had been done?
There was nothing.
If latent prints had been, if that information to you had been latent prints were taken from this prior to the swab, you would not have tested.
That's correct.
Similar to the to 8ZC, which the state just asked you about, the magazines. 8ZC is the Stag magazine, Stag.
Yes.
Did you receive any report or summary with that?
It was also not included in the list that stated that latent prints had been performed on it prior to submittal.
Okay. So there was a list that had those out, or did that list come with each item?
It just came with when you submit evidence, you fill out what's called a request for exam. You give a short or long narrative of the case that happened, and then you list out all the evidence that was submitted. In this instance, a supplemental report was attached that had the complete narrative, and then the very last page had these items were tested for latent prints.
The magazines?
No, the magazines was not on there.
It wasn't listed on there.
Correct.
And I'm assuming that you would also be looking for indications that they had already been test fired or handled by the firearms folks. You said you didn't test the shell casings because you understand that the firearms people don't wear gloves, so that would cause your analysis to be off.
Correct.
Or useless, basically.
And typically, they will swab for firearms. I can't speak for KPD, but for TBI, for firearms, we will swab them prior to any test fires and then submit the swab separately.
Right. Similar on anything that's going to be latent. If they're going to do latent prints, they should swab it first.
That's tricky because it's almost a one or the other, because if you swab something first, you have the potential of destroying the latent print. And then if you dust something first, you have the potential of cross-contaminating the evidence with previous cases if you don't use virgin powder or virgin brushes.
So it's kind of a one or the other, pick your path kind of situation.
It is, unless it's known in the beginning, like if they would have submitted us the ammonia bottle and said do latents and DNA on this, then our latents unit and myself would have worked together to make sure that the DNA was safe and the latents were safe.
I think that's all I have, Judge.
Redirected.
If the DNA swabs of the ammonia bottle are collected and then latent prints are collected, does that affect your DNA testing?
It would not affect my testing, no.
And KPD provided you a list of items that they indicated they did do latent prints on, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't do any testing on those items, right?
correct.
I have nothing further.
Commissioner Harper. All right, especially if you can step down, thank you, David. All right, folks, we're going to stay in recess for about 5 or 10 minutes. You start getting to stretch your limbs. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. See you back in 5 or 10 minutes. so we have the necessary parties back. So let's go back to the record and say Tennessee versus Marquis Ellis, case 127449. General, you ready to bring the jury?
Yes.
Mr. Harper? All right, let's go.
Stay with.
That's what we call it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for that brief recess. We're still in the state's case in chief, so General, if you call your next witness.
Say we call Bethany Simmons.
Welcome, Ms. Simmons. If you raise your right hand, you sworn you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give this trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do. Will you start by telling us your name?
Bethany Fine Simmons.
And Ms. Simmons, where are you employed at?
I'm employed at the Knoxville Police Department.
And what do you do for the Knoxville Police Department?
I am a forensic firearm and tool mark examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I've held my current position full-time since May of 2021.
Okay. And what type of training and education have you received to work in that field?
So before I became a firearms examiner, I was a crime scene technician. I began working in forensics in 2015. In 2017, I began my firearms examination training with the ATF. And then I attended a year-long firearm examiner academy with the Ron Lincoln's Forensic Consulting, and I successfully completed that. I've also attended 5 annual training seminars with AFTE, which is the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners.
Can you describe for the jury what is the field of forensic firearm and tool mark analysis?
So basically, it's the microscopic examination of firearms-related evidence. I am examining fired bullets and cartridge cases to identify those to a particular firearm.
And how many different cases have you assisted in performing firearms and or tool mark analysis for?
So I have completed about 35 full comprehensive exams, which were verified by a second qualified examiner.
Okay. And have you been called upon to testify to your findings in court before?
Yes, I have.
And have you been deemed an expert in the field of firearms and tool mark analysis on previous occasions?
Yes, I've been qualified as an expert 7 times.
At this time, I would move to tender Ms. Simmons as an expert in the field of firearms and tool mark analysis.
Any objection? All right, without objection, the court will recognize Bethany Fine Simmons as an expert in the field of forensic firearms and tool mark analysis.
Do you work from a lab or a center within the Knoxville Police Department, or are you with an external lab?
So I do work inside the police department. We're in the forensics lab. We're in the basement there.
Okay. And what kind of equipment do you utilize to help you perform your work?
So on a daily basis, I'm working with a stereoscope, which is a traditional microscope. I also have a comparison microscope, which is basically 2 microscopes built into one eyepiece so that I can view 2 exhibits at once, side by side, and kind of manipulate those images back and forth to kind of overlap them. I'm also working with a water tank that we perform our live test fires in the lab. I'm working with, of course, computers, photography equipment, and also the equipment associated with NIBIN or IBIS, and that is the database for fired cartridge case images.
Okay. I want to talk for a second about the microscope that you use to examine some of the smaller firearms evidence. That microscope, is it capable of taking images as you're performing your work?
It does.
And do you often make recordings or make images as you go along and perform your analysis?
I do.
Then let's talk about the water tank or test firing weapons. Are you able to test fire weapons indoors?
Yes, most weapons can be test fired indoors in our lab.
Okay. How does the water tank help facilitate that?
So the water tank is a long metal box with a lid. It has a filter system on it and a pump similar to like a swimming pool. It has a port on one end that is an opening in the box. I fire into that port. The port has a net surrounding it that catches the cartridge cases as they're ejected from the firearm. The bullets go through the port and into the water where the water stops them. There's also a vacuum hose built into the side, inside that water tank, and I use that vacuum hose to pick up the bullets out of the water, drop them into the basket, and I fish them out that way.
Okay, so it sounds like this tank not only helps you perform your work indoors, but also to then easily capture those test fires, the cartridges and the projectiles.
Yes, so whenever I perform those test fires, I'm able to maintain those bullets and the cartridge cases from those test fires.
Okay. Did you receive items of evidence related to KPD's investigation into the homicide of Danishka Mejia and the attempted murders of Katia Young and DeAndre Thaxton?
I did.
Can you walk us through what items you received relative to this case?
I received fired cartridge cases. I received 3 different firearms and also fired bullets and bullet fragments.
Okay. And when you receive items of evidence for processing and testing, do you make unique markings on the packaging to help you identify those items?
I do. I mark the packaging and the items themselves most of the time, usually with like a red Sharpie.
Okay. If I were to show you some of the items you received in this case, do you think you could recognize them again?
I could.
May I approach?
You may.
Do you recognize what I'm going to show you to be Exhibit 47?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that packaging?
I recognize this packaging because it's sealed here with evidence tape with my initials and the date.
And what is that item of evidence indicated to be?
This one is documented as a bullet jacket that was seized from a red hooded sweatshirt, or I'm sorry, red and black hooded sweatshirt.
I'm now going to hand you what has been marked as Exhibit 187. Do you recognize this exhibit as something that you were given to examine in this case?
Yes,
And does that have your unique markings on it?
it does.
And what is that item of evidence indicated to be?
These are bullet fragments with RBS and a projectile with RBS.
Collected from 3206 Gilbert.
Yes.
These exhibits are collective. You may have to look on the inside to determine if you've examined these, but I what is collective exhibit 181. The packaging and the interior to determine if you have examined those items.
Yes, I have.
Okay, and what are those items indicated to be?
These are all cartridge cases, some with RDS.
Collected from 3206 Gilbert.
Yes.
I'm also going to give you what has been marked as Exhibit 273. Do you recognize that packaging as something you have received and examined in this case?
I do.
And does it have your unique markings on it?
It does.
And what is that item indicated to be?
This is a cartridge case with a brush, and it was collected from 1650 Huron Street.
Okay, so that would be from the police station.
Yes, that's where our lab is located.
Okay. And again, you may need to look at the interior contents of this exhibit, but it's collective exhibit 305. I think your markings are actually on the outside. Can you examine that packaging and let us know if you recognize that to be an item that you would examine?
Yes, I do.
And are your unique markings placed on that packaging?
They are.
And what do you recognize that item of evidence to be?
This is a bullet removed from the right elbow.
Of Miss Katia Young?
Yes,
Okay.
at UT Hospital.
Now I'm going to show you a few firearms that were recovered in this case, starting what is marked as Exhibit 277 to be an Anderson firearm. Do you Next, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 278, which is indicated to be a PA-15 firearm. Do you recognize this to be a firearm that you received for testing in this case?
Yes, I do.
And lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 276, which is indicated to be a stag firearm. Is this a firearm that you received for evaluation?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you receive items of evidence for analysis, do you create your own unique exhibit numbers for those items?
I do.
And when you, at the end of your work, prepare a written report, do you reference your unique exhibit numbers in your written report?
Yes, that's how my report is written.
But do you also keep a log of where those items are originally indicated to have come from?
So I document usually the packaging that the items come in. Those are documented in my notes. And I also keep copies of the property inventory reports that are associated with those items.
How many total unique exhibit numbers did you assign to items of evidence for the purposes of your analysis in this case?
In this case, I had 27 exhibit numbers.
I'm going to ask if you can walk us through, starting with Exhibit 1 and going through Exhibit 27, what you indicate those items to have come from, or what location. And as you go along, I'm going to make a demonstrative here for the jury to help them keep track, so that when you're referring to certain exhibits in your report, they can understand where that item may have come from earlier in this case.
Okay, may I check my report to make sure that I get the numbers correct?
Sure.
Okay, so my exhibit number 1 is a fired cartridge case, 9mm Luger caliber.
And where is that indicated to have come from?
Could I could I see the packaging of the cartridge cases?
Absolutely.
I believe they came from Gilbert, but I just want to make sure.
And if you have a evidence marker indicated, that would be even more helpful.
So my exhibit number 1 came from 3206 Gilbert Lane.
And does it have an evidence marker that it's associated with?
From the one on the scene, the evidence marker on the scene, that's exhibit 12.
Okay. Now, how about your exhibit number 2?
My exhibit number 2 is also from Gilbert Lane. It's 9mm Luger. And it's scene exhibit number 11.
Okay, how about your exhibit 3?
My exhibit 3, also from Gilbert Lane, also a 9mm Luger.
And does it have an exhibit, a scene exhibit number indicated?
It was number 13 on the scene. Number 4, also from Gilbert Lane, also 9mm Luger.
And does it have a evidence marker indicated?
It was number 20 on scene.
And how about your exhibit 5?
My exhibit 5, also from Gilbert Lane, a 9mm Luger.
And does it have an evidence marker associated with it?
Evidence marker number 5 on scene.
Okay. How about your item or exhibit 6?
Exhibit 6 is also from Gilbert Lane. It was a 9mm Luger. And evidence marker number 7 on scene.
And exhibit 7?
Exhibit 7 is from Gilbert Lane.
And what type of item is it?
This is a cartridge case that's been fired. The caliber is a .556. And it was evidence marker number 15 on scene.
Okay. And how about your exhibit 8?
Exhibit 8, also from Gilbert Lane.
What type of item is it?
It's a fire cartridge case, caliber .556.
And does it have an evidence marker indicated?
It was evidence marker number 6 on scene.
How about your exhibit number 9?
My exhibit number 9, also from Gilbert Lane.
What is that item?
It's a fire cartridge case, also .556 caliber. Evidence marker number 8 on scene.
And your exhibit 10?
My exhibit 10 is another fire cartridge case,
Of what caliber?
.556.
And also from Gilbert Lane?
Yes,
And does it have an evidence marker indicated?
number 14.
And your exhibit 11?
My exhibit 11 is a fire cartridge case from Gilbert Lane, .556 caliber.
And does it have a evidence marker associated with it?
Number 19.
And your exhibit 12?
My exhibit 12 is a fire cartridge case from Gilbert Lane, .556 caliber. Evidence marker number 18.
How about your exhibit 13?
My exhibit 13 is a fire cartridge case from Gilbert Lane, .556 caliber. Evidence marker number 16.
How about your exhibit 14?
Exhibit 14 is another fired cartridge case from Gilbert Lane, .556 caliber. Evidence marker number 17.
And your exhibit 15?
My exhibit 15 is the Palmetto State firearm.
Okay. And what is your exhibit 16?
My exhibit 16 is the Anderson Manufacturing.
Also
Fire-
a firearm?
Also a firearm, yes.
And your exhibit 17?
My exhibit 17 is a Stag Arms, also a firearm.
And your exhibit 18?
My exhibit 18 starts with the fired bullets and bullet fragments.
Okay. And specifically for 18, is it a fragment or a intact bullet?
It's a fragment of a fired bullet jacket. That's the outer coating of the bullet itself.
If I were to call it fired fragment jacket, would that be a fair description?
Yes.
And do you have an indication where that was collected from?
I would have to see the packaging. Mhm.
For the record, when I listed evidence envelope 273, the item inside fell out of it. I'm just going to pick it up with a gloved hand and place it back into the evidence envelope.
I think there's one more outer envelope with items in there.
We also have this. Or this, which all contain fragments.
Here's my exhibit number 18, that bullet fragment of the jacket. This one was collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane.
Now, does it have any evidence marker associated with it?
This one does not.
Okay. Moving on to your exhibit 19.
My exhibit 19 is a fired full metal jacket bullet. This is the one that was removed from the right elbow at UT Hospital.
And again, that one doesn't have a unique evidence marker.
No.
How about your exhibit 20?
My exhibit 20 is a fired bullet that was collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane.
Does it have an evidence marker associated with it?
Evidence marker number 40. My Exhibit 21 is a fired bullet, also from 3206 Gilbert Lane.
Does it have an evidence marker associated with it?
Evidence marker number 4.
And your Exhibit 22?
My Exhibit 22 is a bullet fragment collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane. Evidence marker number 9.
And your Exhibit 23?
Exhibit 23 is also a bullet fragment collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane. Evidence marker number 41.
And your Exhibit 24?
My Exhibit 24 is a bullet fragment collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane. Evidence marker number 25.
And your Exhibit 25?
My Exhibit 25 is a bullet fragment collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane at evidence marker 42.
And your Exhibit 26?
My Exhibit 26 is a bullet fragment collected from 3206 Gilbert Lane. Evidence marker number 10.
And your last Exhibit 27?
I believe that is the one that's in the outer number 273. My Exhibit 27 is a fired cartridge case that was collected at 1650 Huron Street.
No evidence marker associated with it?
No.
And again, Huron is police headquarters.
Yes,
So that could come from the search of a vehicle that was perhaps processed.
it could have.
Just to be clear, I'm not sure if it was said on the record, you said for your Exhibit 1 that they were 9mm Luger cartridge case. Is that the same for your Exhibits 2 through 6? Those are all cartridge cases?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so when you receive all of these items of evidence that we have just detailed for the jury, in a case like this, how do you begin your analysis?
So I begin usually by organizing things, assigning those exhibit numbers, grouping them by type, and then I kind of go from there. Documenting things as I go and note-taking. So I look at cartridge cases together. Firearms are examined and test fired, and I also look at bullets and bullet fragments together.
Can you, do you have a log or memory of when you received different items of evidence relative to this case?
I do have it in my notes. The evidence was received on different dates according to when it was collected. There was also a time when some of it was sent off to TBI for additional testing. I believe for DNA, things that we don't do in-house at KPD. So I couldn't analyze it until it came back.
Okay. So certain items may have come sooner than others, and certain items may have been unavailable for a while they were at the TBI lab.
Correct.
Okay. Were all of the firearms, we've introduced 3 of them, test fired in this case?
Yes, I test fired all 3 of those firearms.
And were all 3 of those firearms determined to be functional?
Yes, all 3 functioned as designed.
And when you performed test fires of those guns, did you collect samples of your test fired casings and projectiles?
Yes, I retained the bullets and the cartridge cases.
Okay. Let's first talk about the comparison process for shell casings. Can you spend just a little bit of time explaining to the jury the difference between a bullet and a shell casing?
Can I use my demonstrative aid, Your Honor? So this is a model of a bullet, what we consider, I call it a cartridge. Some people commonly call them bullets. It's just a single unit of ammunition. The cartridge case is the part of the cartridge that holds, it houses the primer, but it also holds the propellant inside, or the powder. The bullet or projectile is the part, when the gun is fired, travels down the barrel and out. The cartridge case is then the part that's ejected from the firearm.
Okay. So if you are, let's say, hit by a fired bullet, you're going to be hit by that darker colored part of your demonstrative aid.
Correct. So if I were doing target practice, this is the part that would hit the target, hopefully.
And the lighter brown color you refer to as the cartridge case, you said that gets ejected by the gun?
Correct. So this part, as long as the firearm is functioning properly, this is the part that's actually ejected. It stays relatively in that area.
Do all firearms eject their cartridge cases?
Not all firearms. Revolvers don't operate as a semi-automatic pistol or a rifle. Revolvers have the rotating cylinder that holds the cartridges, and so when it's fired, it rotates to the next cartridge. Those cartridge case bodies remain in that cylinder. They're not ejected.
Okay. The 3 firearms that you received for processing in this case, are any of those revolvers or the type of firearm you would expect to retain the cartridge cases after they're fired?
No, the 3 firearms that I received and examined in this case are all semi-automatic. So if they were functioning as they should at the time, they would eject those cartridge cases.
Okay. And when you talk about ejecting, a bullet is obviously ejected out of the barrel of the gun towards whatever object it's aimed at. Does the cartridge case follow the same trajectory or a different trajectory?
No, so the bullet will travel, when it's fired, down the barrel and out in the direction that you're pointing the gun when you pull the trigger. The cartridge case in most firearms is ejected slightly up and to the right.
Okay. I think we understand a little bit better what cartridge cases are now. When you have evidence like a spent shell casing found at a scene, is it possible to perform analysis on those cartridge cases when compared to a test fire to determine if they may have been fired from a particular gun or if certain cartridge cases all came from an unknown but the same gun?
Yes, so I can do either of those things. If I have a firearm and it's test fired, I can compare the cartridge cases found at the scene to the test fires or the known samples that I create in the lab to determine if those cartridge cases, from the scene were fired by that firearm. If I don't have a firearm in hand, I can look at 2 cartridge cases from the scene and determine if they were fired by the same unknown firearm.
Okay. And what exactly are you looking for or looking at to help you make that determination?
So we're looking in different areas. A firearm is basically a collection of tools. Those tools are manufactured separately and then they're assembled together at the end to be a functional firearm. Some of the things that I'm looking at from those tool marks are the breech face marks. That's in the primer area. Those are made as that cartridge case is impressed against the the breech face inside that firearm when the trigger is pulled. I'm also looking at the center of that primer area where the firing pin struck the primer to ignite that propellant. I'm also looking at, sometimes, they're not always present, but the ejector and extractor marks. The extractor pulls the cartridge case from the chamber. The ejector is what pushes it out of the firearm. So all of those are things that we're looking for.
And to look at those unique tool marks that are made on these cartridge casings, is that where your microscope comes in handy?
Definitely. So these are, obviously, this is just a demonstrative aid, so this is much larger than things that I'm usually looking at. So what I can see just with my naked eye is very limited. I can look at things on my microscope at different magnifications so that I can see those details more clearly.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury how unique are these markings?
So these are as unique as a fingerprint.
Okay. So let's say you have 500 different of the same gun manufactured on the same day at the same facility. Are these markings so unique that you can distinguish one of those 500 guns from the other 499?
Yes. So many studies over many years have consistently shown that to a trained, experienced examiner, even in consecutively manufactured firearms, these markings are so unique as to be attributed to a particular firearm.
Okay. Well, let's talk about your specific findings as they relate to this case when it comes to the cartridge casings that you received. Were you able, while under microscope, to determine whether any of these cartridge cases were fired from the same gun?
Yes, I was.
And which cartridge cases do you correlate to each other?
So, my exhibit numbers 1 through 6, all of the 9mm cartridge cases were fired from the same unknown firearm. And my exhibit numbers 7 through 14, the .556 caliber, were all fired from the same firearm, which is also my exhibit number 15.
Okay. So I'm going to approach again and go over those findings in a little more detail. So you said your exhibits 1 through 6, which are all 9mm cartridge cases, you were able to say those are all fired from the same gun.
Correct.
But when you compare them to the test fires from these guns, they didn't come from any of those three.
Correct. Whatever 9mm was used to fire those cartridge cases was not recovered.
Okay. When it comes to your 556 cartridge cases, your exhibits 7 through 14, however, were you able to make a connection between those cartridge cases and one of the guns recovered?
I was.
And which gun is that?
That's my exhibit number 15. That's the Palmetto State.
Okay. Is that this gun?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I am now going to hand you an exhibit you've not examined so far. I'm taking a double drum magazine that is part of Collective Exhibit 275. This is not an item that you received for testing.
No.
Okay. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what this item is?
That is a double drum magazine. I think it's, one of the terms used for it is like a snail magazine. The bullets or cartridges are loaded into either side of those drum shapes, and they continually feed that magazine that fits into this frame. I believe the capacity on that is 100 cartridges.
Okay. So this double drum magazine can contain up to, you said 180?
Up to 100.
100, okay. And you answered one of my questions, but I just want to reiterate it. This is a double drum magazine that is compatible with this firearm.
Correct.
Can you make a determination of whether it would be compatible with either of the other two firearms that you analyzed in this case?
Yes.
And what is your opinion as to that?
That magazine is not compatible with those two firearms.
Okay. So this double drum would have, of the three that were recovered, would have to go with this gun.
Of the three that are here, yes.
And this is the gun that you know fired several of our cartridge cases at Gilbert.
Yes.
We also have another cartridge case that you analyzed in this situation, cartridge case 27. Did you correlate that to any of the other shell casings?
No. No, I did not. That one is a 308 Win caliber, which was different than any of the other evidence that I received.
Okay. And again, that cartridge case was recovered from a search conducted at KPD headquarters, not from the crime scene.
Correct.
Let's move on to talk about projectiles and fragments. You've explained to the jury that you can do tool mark analysis on cartridge cases. Can you perform similar analysis on fired projectiles or fragments?
I can. So the tool marks that create markings on fired bullets are the inside of the barrel is called the bore. So that is machined in a way that creates lands and grooves. So on the bearing surface of that bullet, as it travels down and out the barrel, is engraved with those markings, the lands and grooves.
And similar to needing to use the microscope for your cartridge cases, is this the type of analysis done using that microscope?
Yes.
Okay. And are the markings made on a projectile as unique as what you've described for cartridge cases?
Yes, they're as unique.
Okay. And did you perform comparison analysis on the projectiles and other fragments that you received in this case?
I did.
And can you walk the jury through what your findings are as to those?
Yes. So my exhibits 18, 19, 20, 22, and 23 were all intercompared to each other as well as the test fires. My findings were that those exhibits had enough agreement to identify them as having been fired through the same bore of an unknown weapon.
Have you read those off again? Did you say 18?
18, 19, 20, 22, and 23 were found to be in the 9mm caliber family and fired from the same unknown firearm.
Okay. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different fragments or bullets that you can definitively say came from the same gun.
Correct.
You just don't know what gun they came from.
Correct.
Okay. And they are of the same type, at least, you said 9mm, as your unknown gun cartridge cases.
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the rest of your findings when it comes to the projectiles or fragments.
So exhibits 21 and 24 had enough agreement so that I saw that they were consistent with each other, but I could not identify or eliminate them them as having been fired in the same firearm.
Okay.
I could not identify or eliminate them as having been fired in Exhibit 15. They had similar characteristics and were consistent with, and so they could have been fired from Exhibit 15, but I could not definitively say if they were. They were eliminated from the other firearms, so Exhibits 16 and 17.
Okay. So when it comes to our 3 firearms, Exhibit 15, the Palmetto State, you've definitively connected to cartridge casings and can't eliminate it as having fired 2 of a bullet and a bullet fragment.
Correct.
The other 2 firearms, though, you do not connect to any of the evidence that you analyzed.
Correct. And you see, Exhibit 25 and 26 were both unsuitable for comparison. So that means either there weren't enough tool marks present, or it could have been just so small or so damaged, they just weren't suitable for comparison.
You've mentioned before that you do take photographs while your exhibits are under the microscope. Did you do that in this case?
I did.
And if I were to show you your photographs, do you think you could recognize them?
I could.
I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as Exhibit 390. Do you recognize those to be the images you took under microscope in this case?
Yes.
I've asked to move those into evidence at this time.
Any objections? All right, those will be received as the next number of exhibits and published.
Just a second before we get to the screen.
Ready?
Yes.
Gentlemen, do we want to perhaps move that out of the way?
Oh, yes, at this point we should. Here, I'll might take both of them. You got it? I got it.
Did you intend to introduce that as a number of exhibits?
Yeah, at the conclusion, I'm going to
Okay.
introduce that. I can go ahead and do that now if you'd like me to.
Sure, yeah. let's do
Yeah.
it. Mr. Robert, any objections?
No, Judge.
All right, the next number exhibit would be
391.
391, all right.
Okay, Ms. Simmons, I'm not going to have you go through every single photograph that you took in this case, but just to kind of help the jury understand the work you do under a microscope, I want to focus on your image 60. Can you describe for the jury what, or 16, what are we looking at here?
So when I described my comparison microscope earlier, again, that's like 2 microscopes built into one eyepiece. So I have a left stage and a right stage. So that's what you're looking at here. If you see the black hairline down the center, that divides those 2 stages, so those 2 exhibits. On the left, that is the test fire from exhibit number 15, the Palmetto, and on the right, that image is exhibit number 8. So that's my exhibit number 8, a fire cartridge case from the scene at Gilbert Lane. Here, the markings that you're seeing, those striations, are caused by that cartridge case making contact with the hole that the ejector is housed in that firearm.
Okay. And you perform this type of microscopic analysis for each and every exhibit that you make a finding for.
Yes, I do.
And you maintain the photographs that you take under microscope,
Yes,
in part to kind of show your work in the future.
yes.
At the conclusion of your analysis or work, do your findings undergo any sort of peer review process?
Yes, they do.
Can you describe that for us?
Yes, so this particular case file was peer reviewed by a lady named Shelley Carmen. She is a part of Carmen Forensics. They are now a private consulting company. She retired with more than 30 years' experience as a firearms examiner. She also retired as the supervisor of firearms examiners at TBI. So she came in and did the peer review of this case file for me. That included a technical review, which is where she actually lays hands on every piece of evidence and did the exact same examination under the microscope that I did so that she could verify my findings.
And did your work pass that peer review process?
It did.
And once your work was passed through that peer review process, did that enable you to publish your findings in a written report?
Yes.
If I were to show you the written report that you created in this case again, would you recognize it?
Yes, I would.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you what I've marked as Exhibit 392. Do you recognize that to be a true and accurate copy of your written report and findings in this case?
Yes, I do.
I would move that into evidence at this time.
Any objection? Okay. All right, without objection, I'll be received as the next number 2.
I'm going to step back and ask kind of a few global questions in this case. Do you have an opinion based on your analysis of the different firearms evidence that you received as to how many distinct firearms you can say were fired at the scene at Gilbert?
I can say at least 2 firearms were fired at Gilbert Lane.
I want to focus on the gun that you can specifically connect to the scene in this case, the Palmetto. Can you, using the exhibit, show the jury the steps that would be required to take to render this firearm, to make this firearm render a bullet and fire if it was utilizing this double drum magazine?
Okay.
I'm going to give you the double drum from Exhibit 275. As well as our Exhibit 278, which is that Palmetto. And if you could demonstrate for the jury what would be required to fire that gun.
So the cartridges or bullets are loaded into here. They, inside here, are kind of in a circular pattern. And as the top cartridge is stripped from the top inside the firearm as it's fired, the bullets or cartridges inside these drums are equally kind of stair-stepped into the bottom of that magazine, so it's constantly feeding a new bullet to the top. And they feed from each side equally. This one does have a marked capacity of 100 rounds. So if this were fully loaded, it would hold 100 cartridges plus one in the chamber of the firearm. It fits into the magazine well of this firearm. And you can see inside here, the front portion of this would be where the bullet would move into the chamber. So it would be ready to fire.
And once you got your magazine loaded, do you just pull the trigger and it starts firing, or are there any other steps required to take?
So if you don't have a cartridge already in the chamber, what I would do, if there was one in the top of that magazine, I would push this release on the side. It's going to sound loud, but it's clear. We need to take a shot. This is going to sound loud. That movement releases the bolt carrier, which pushes that top cartridge up a slight hill and into that chamber. So now it's ready to fire. If I turn the safety off and point it toward fire, then it's ready, and I would only need to pull the trigger.
Okay. You say only need to pull the trigger at that point. Once you pull the trigger, does it just continually keep spitting out bullets until you take your finger off, or do you have to pull that trigger every time you want a bullet to eject?
So this firearm is a semi-automatic, so that means it fires one bullet with each trigger pull.
Okay. And are you familiar with the term trigger pull weight?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what that means?
So a trigger pull weight is the amount of pressure that needs to be applied to that trigger for it to pull or to fire.
So different firearms have different amounts of weight that need to be applied to get that trigger to engage.
Correct.
What are the various ranges of trigger pulls?
I've seen a large range. It just depends on the trigger, the type of firearm. I've seen anywhere from about 2 pounds upwards to 11, 12 pounds. This particular trigger weight was 5 to 6 pounds.
Okay. So mid-range.
Yes.
Okay. And so you need to apply 5 to 6 pounds of pressure to that trigger every time you wanted to fire a bullet.
Yes.
May I have just a second?
Sure.
I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Judge. Ms. Simmons, you indicated that when you received this evidence from where it was collected to you to be examined, you said that you received casings with RBS?
Correct.
Okay. Does that have anything to do with your analysis of the casing?
No, it doesn't change my analysis.
But if it has something on it, if it has dry blood, if it has mud, things like that don't affect the areas that you're looking at.
It depends on where it's located, how thick it is, how much of it there is. Sometimes I will need to clean them off. It really depends.
Okay. Now, you indicated as well that the firearms that you received, you didn't receive the box full of magazines, correct?
Those were not examined.
Not exactly.
No.
Did they come with the firearms?
No, I received the firearms separately.
Okay. So when you do a test fire for the Palmetto, just for example, do you have a magazine that fits fits in that, or how do you load that if you don't have a mask?
So for safety reasons, in the lab setting, I single feed. So I load one cartridge at a time straight into the chamber.
Okay. So there's no magazine involved in the process of test firing?
I did not use a magazine for test fire.
And does the magazine create a tool mark?
On the outside of the cartridge case body, sometimes it does.
And that's something that you could examine as we're looking at here on the...
I could have, I did not in this case.
I think that's all I have.
Redirect.
No regret.
All right, Ms. Fonson, you may step back. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, folks, does that conclude the proof for the day?
It does for today.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it's 4:02, and I'm advised that that is the last witness that we can do today. I do believe that we'll be in a position tomorrow to conclude the state's case in chief, so we certainly appreciate you being here and the work you're doing. So with that being said, again, I'll instruct you not to discuss this case with any significant others. If applicable, if you see any media coverage on this case, whether it's on the news or through your cell phone or any apps, make sure you do not engage those posts, and if you do inadvertently see a post, please let the court know tomorrow morning, okay? With that being said, I hope you guys have a great night. We plan to start tomorrow at 10:30 sharp, so if you guys can be in the jury room by 10 o'clock or so, we'll plan to get started at 10:30, okay? All right, folks, have a great night. All right, folks, you may be seated. All right, anything we need to address from the state's perspective before we secure for the evening?
No, Your Honor.
For the defense? All right, I understand the parties have discussed potentially not calling that witness from Pennsylvania, I guess?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually two out-of-state witnesses, but yes.
Okay. All right, so there's a real potential that we could get done with the state's case in chief tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we anticipate at this point just one witness left.
Okay.
in the morning.
All right, very well. All right, well, you guys have a great night, and I've sent you an email with proposed final jury instructions, if you guys would look those over tonight, and let me know tonight of any corrections and or additions you would like, because I do plan to have them printed first thing tomorrow morning. Okay? All right, folks, have a good night.